से एक मिनट चेयर का देखो, वो नीचे नहीं, मुझसे नहीं हो पा रहा चेयर का, नहीं हो पा रहा, मैंने किया, नहीं हो रही चेयर नीचे। आप एक मिनट बैठिए, आप बैठिए। I am different, but not less. A very good morning to one and all present. I, Dr. Anusuya Kapoor Yadav, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, at the 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership, ICEIL 2023, starting from 14 to 16 September, at the panel discussion titled Entrepreneurial Opportunities for Persons with Disability within Inclusive Ecosystems in Industry 5.0. The International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership, ICEIL, was conceptualized in the year 2018. The intent was to offer a premier forum bringing together leading researchers, academicians, entrepreneurs, startups, venture capitalists, bankers, innovators, and professionals around the world, a common platform for deliberating with in-depth discussions, sharing of experience, expertise, ideas, and presenting contemporary research with innovations, trends, best practices, technologies, while addressing the challenges and opportunities in the area of entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. This time, the conference centers around Industry 5.0, which signifies the role of humans alongside robots and smart machines. It aims to merge machine intelligence with human intelligence. Industry 5.0 adds human-centric, sustainable, and resilient concepts to the Industrial Revolution, reinforcing the role and contribution of industry towards society. We must appreciate industry plays a very important role in providing technology solutions to challenges undergone by the society. Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Noida, under the overall guidance of Amity Foundation for Developmental Disabilities, is the integral part of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, which is a center of excellence for quality education in special education with its strategic focus on emerging trends. AIRS is one such institution which endeavors and continuously strives for excellence towards the delivery of services to the persons with developmental disabilities, developing appropriate models of care for persons with developmental disabilities, and identifying, conducting, coordinating research in assessment, education, training, and rehabilitation of persons with developmental disabilities. With immense respect, we wish to offer our sincere gratitude to our respected founder, President Sir, Chairman AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. Without his guidance and blessings, this international conference would not have been possible. Dr. Chauhan has always believed in the policy of lending one eye on vision and one eye on implementation. It is therefore no surprise that Dr. Chauhan's innovative leadership strategies is set to transform the education landscape of the country with his extensive leadership qualities and knowledge of par excellence. We also wish to put forward our sincere gratitude to our dynamic Chancellor, Amity University, Dr. Atul Chauhan, armed with a charming personality and a positive attitude to help. Dr. Atul Chauhan epitomizes a true Indian with deep-rooted traditions and values. Under his dynamic and inspirational leadership and passion to excel, the Amity Group of educational institutions has seen a phenomenal growth. We also wish to pay our sincere gratitude to an exemplary role model for academia, youth and budding professionals, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Professor of Entrepreneurship and Leadership. It is a special love and affection which has helped Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences strive towards excellence for the social upliftment of the society. We are honored to have amidst us distinguished panelists. As a tradition of Amity family, we wish to present as a token of love and gratitude a Tulsi sapling. May I kindly request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari to kindly present the Tulsi sapling to our session chair, Dr. Alok Bhuvan, founder and managing secretary, Manovikas Society, Charitable Society, Delhi. With a huge round of applause, we welcome you, sir. May I please request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, madam, to kindly present the Tulsi sapling to Dr. Shalini Khanna, founder director of NAB India Center for Blind Women. We welcome you at the international conference. May I request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, madam, to kindly present the Tulsi sapling to Ms. Seema Tulli, principal and director academics at Amar Jyoti Charitable Trust, New Delhi, India. We welcome you wholeheartedly, ma'am. May I please request Jayanti, madam, to kindly present the Tulsi sapling to Dr. Rashmi Das, founder and promoter, Live Media and Publishers Private Limited, and chairperson of Higashi Autism School, Vasant Kunj, New Delhi. We welcome you, ma'am, to the international conference. And we have a very, very pleasing, a very empowering personality amidst us, Ms. Nishtha Jain, a motivational speaker and disability advocate. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Nishtha Jain. Please, may I please invite the parents of Nishtha Jain to kindly come. The parents, brother of Nishtha Jain, please kindly come along with her. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari presenting the Tulsi sapling to Ms. The huge round of applause should keep on going. She's an inspiration for all of us. Thank you, Nishtha, for being here, inspiring the youth of today. Welcome all the distinguished panelists today at the international conference. May I now please invite and request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean, Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Noida, to kindly give the overview of the track 8.4 to the August gathering titled Entrepreneurial Opportunities for Persons with Disabilities within Inclusive Ecosystems in Industry 5.0. With a huge round of applause, may I please invite Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari.
Thank you, Anusha. A very good morning to one and all. And on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, I extend a very warm welcome to all our august panelists, esteemed panelists, and all the participants of this innovative panel discussion. And I am very grateful to our all panelists. Though they have a very busy schedule, they have spared their time and they have consented to be in this panel discussion. And my heartfelt wishes to all of you and heartfelt gratitude for joining this panel discussion. I welcome Dr. Shalini Khanna, Founder Director NAB. I welcome Ms. Seema Tulli, Principal and Director Academics Amar Jyoti. I welcome Dr. Rashmi Das, Chairperson Higashi Autism Center, and also I welcome our dear Nishtha, motivational speaker and disability advocates to this panel discussion. My heartfelt welcome to all of you for this panel discussion. And this seminar, this international seminar is the brainchild of our dearest beloved Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, because she is a professor of entrepreneurship, and this is the 5th edition of this seminar. And we are very fortunate that we have also been included in this innovative seminar. And though it is a disability rehabilitation, very few universities, they offer the disability rehabilitation department. And I must place on record that our founder sir, Chancellor sir, and Vice Chancellor Madam, always they support, encourage, and give us all the freedom to do all the innovative way to support the disability rehabilitation as a part of Amity University. And Amity University has all innovative effort. Now in Amity University, I must tell you that there are nearly 50 to 68 students who are pursuing their higher education, having the developmental disability. They are having they are from autism spectrum disorder, learning disability, and other sensory and locomotor disability they are pursuing. And Amity provides all supports to them, and time to time we monitor and give them support to come out in flying colors. And once again, I welcome all the panelists and our participants. And to tell you a very brief about this panel discussion, the panel discussion is a part of our International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership. And the theme is the next gen tool strategy for business growth in Industry 5.0. And there are altogether there are 56 tracks, 8 tracks, and in each track there are 7 sessions. So 56 sessions are going together in all over Amity University. Our track is 8.4, and the theme of this today's panel discussion is entrepreneur opportunity for persons with disability within inclusive ecosystem in Industry 5.0. And in the era of Industry 5.0, which emphasizes human-machine collaboration, innovation, and inclusivity, there are promising entrepreneurial opportunities for persons with disability. This paradigm shift in the industrial landscape, driven by advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, automation, presents a unique space where persons with disability can thrive and contribute significantly to the workforce and entrepreneurial ventures. Industry 5.0 represents the next phase in industrial evolutions, building on the foundation of Industry 4.0, while Industry 4.0 focused on automation and data exchange in manufacturing. Industry 5.0 integrates humans more closely with technology. It recognizes that technology alone cannot address complex challenges and that human creativity, empathy, and problem-solving abilities are invaluable. This shift towards human-machine collaboration creates a fertile ground for persons with disability to participate actively. Inclusive ecosystem in Industry 5.0 prioritize diversity and equal participation. They are designed to remove barriers that traditionally hindered persons with disability more from pursuing entrepreneurial endeavors. This ecosystem encompasses many key elements, such as in Industry 5.0, there is a strong emphasis on creating accessible infrastructure and technology. This means that workplace, digital platforms, and physical environments are designed to accommodate diverse needs, including those of persons with disability. This inclusive approach promotes accessibility, making it easier for persons with disability to engage in entrepreneurial activity. To empower persons with disability within Industry 5.0, Comprehensive skill development and reskilling are often available, helping individuals acquire the technical and soft skill required for entrepreneurship and employment in advanced industries. Inclusive ecosystem fosters supportive network and communities that encourage collaboration, mentorship, and knowledge sharing with this. Persons with disability can benefit from these networks by connecting with like-minded individuals, accessing resources, and gaining valuable insight from experienced entrepreneurs. And the objective of this seminar is, the main objective, few of the objectives are to gain insight into the need of the social entrepreneurship for supporting independent living among persons with disability, to foster entrepreneurship opportunity for persons with disability by creating an equitable and social innovation ecosystem, to understand the challenges faced by persons with disability in employment and entrepreneurship arenas and steps taken to mitigate them, and to lay down a roadmap through recommendations and positive measures toward promotion, empowerment, and support entrepreneurial opportunity for persons with disability using social innovation approach and inclusive ecosystem. And participants, you are very, very fortunate to get the panelists for this innovative conference and panel discussion. They are from different fields and they are the torch bearer in the different areas. We have meticulously chosen from the different disability sectors and entrepreneurial sector so that they will enrich you and enlighten you, because they are the future rehabilitation professionals, and so that you can take forward the torch ahead. Thank you so much. And
thank you so much, respected madam, for giving the overview and welcoming all the dignitaries. Now I take the privilege to introduce our dignitaries to all the participants. This session is being moderated by Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari madam. She is the Professor and Dean, Rehabilitation Sciences and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Pujari has held distinct positions in the field of education and is a certified rehabilitation professional as well as an expert member of RCI New Delhi. The session is being chaired by respected Dr. Alok Bhuvan sir. He is the founder and managing secretary, Manovikas Charitable Society, Delhi. He is a world-renowned specialist in rehabilitation science and special education, and he founded the Manovikas Charitable Society in 1997. Dr. Bhuvan is paving the way for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to pursue inclusive higher education and develop their skills. Through the Think College programs, he enables and empowers these individuals to access inclusive higher educational opportunities and expand life options they never thought possible. Drawing on strong corporate and industry connections, Dr. Bhuvan has helped thousands of students find suitable and fulfilling jobs. We are honored to have you here amongst us. Among our prolific and expert speakers, firstly we have Dr. Shalini Khanna madam. Dr. Shalini is the founder and director of National Association for the Blind India Center. Dr. Khanna is the recipient of the top 75 Women Transforming India Award by Government of India and United Nations, and is the director Discovering Hands, a path-breaking initiative for early detection and prevention of breast cancer involving the skills of persons with visual impairment. Madam is specialized in livelihood generation and upskilling for the visually impaired on contemporary trades. Madam has worked for skilling approximately 24,000 differently able individuals till now in both urban and rural India. She is also an implementation and monitoring consultant for the government for rehabilitation and vocational training sectors. for individuals with special needs. We are very honored to have you here. Our next distinguished speaker is Ms. Seema Tuli. Madam is the Director, Academics and Principal, Amar Jyoti School. Ms. Tuli is a qualified academician with 21 years of progressive experience and has comprehensive understanding of teaching learning processes. Madam possesses knowledge of teaching methodologies and philosophies of education. She is a self-driven personality with positive attitude, an effective communicator with exceptional relationship and management skills. She also possesses management skills and is an efficient team leader. Madam has served as the coordinator of Olympics Association of India, Sense International India Project at Amar Jyoti, and is also in the National Institute of Open Schooling Board at Amar Jyoti. We welcome you, Madam. We have with us Ms. Nishtha Jain, who is an extraordinary individual who has made significant contributions as both a motivational speaker and a disability advocate. Ms. Nishtha is a motivational speaker whose life story is an inspiring testament to the power of determination, resilience, and a relentless pursuit of positive change. In a world often characterized by adversity and prejudice, Ms. Nishtha stands as a beacon of hope and empowerment. Her life work serves as a reminder that no obstacle is insurmountable and that with the right mindset and determination, anyone can achieve greatness. Ms. Nishtha's legacy as a motivational speaker and disability advocate is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the potential for positive change. We are honored to have you here. And finally, we have Dr. Rashmi Das Madam. She is the founder and promoter, Live Media and Publishers Private Limited, editor Telecom Live and Infra Live Monthly Magazines. Dr. Das is also the chairman and managing director of Mahagauri Autism Care Private Limited and is currently the chairperson of the Higashi Autism School, started in New Delhi in collaboration with Higashi School of Japan. She is the chair of Autypical.in, an online art forum for autistic children and young adults. Madam has served as the member on the board of governors of the Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, and holds a PhD in International Relations, School of International Studies, Chennai. She is a mother and a passionate parent advocate for disability rights and inclusion. We welcome you, ma'am. Once again, I thank all the refugees, and now I invite Professor Dr. Jennifer Madam to kindly carry on with this conversation.
Thank you, Sabrina. And it is indeed a pleasure to invite our assistant chair, Dr. Alo Bhuvan, and I request Dr. Alo Bhuvan, the session chair, to carry on the matters.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Indeed, this is a pleasure to come 80% of and in this week, I second visit from you. Thank you. I'm trying to take my to the namaskar to you all. Definitely, we acknowledge the efforts of our Vice Chancellor ma'am who did this innovative project and taking of entrepreneurship and all. So maybe it is new, but for India, for Indian culture and society, it is very traditional concept in our human. And bringing that tradition back in a very innovative way, in a very technological manner, very innovative product. And we congratulate Media University and especially I congratulate PIRS for holding this international conference. I have Right? This is half an hour, less than 1 hour. Okay, and 45 minutes. Uh, so I will request, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4 panelists. I request 5 minutes each, and we will have 2, 3 questions from everyone. And at the end, I will sum up and then I will speak about it. Before that, I just set up the tone. To setting up the tone is we all have, most of them people know about this. And more countries you think about that. We talk about two very positive words are there, that inclusion and diversity. Everywhere you go, that the financial inclusion, social inclusion, everywhere we think about the inclusion. And diversity is our main core of the Indian society. हम लोग बहुत सारी बात करते हैं विविधता के बारे में समावेश तो जब हम पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के बारे में बात करते हैं कि रीजनेबल अकोमोडेशन कि कोई व्यक्ति को चलना नहीं है किसी के पास कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो उस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व एंड दिस इज आल्सो इन आवर द एक्ट that we need to provide, we should provide the reasonable that this whole seminar, this whole conference will work, how the technology can provide, the machine intelligence can provide this kind of stuff. But whereas I think we all know that the attitudinal change is required for the people, but I don't feel that the attitudinal change, empathetic change is required, where the human intelligence is required. We all are people behind the everywhere, even in the traffic, I have that thing, okay, how I can run this place very softly, very gently by 10 o'clock. So maybe in my way, हमने भी दो तीन गाड़ी को आगे पीछे किया और then I reached. So this is how, is it that empathetical feeling? Is it that the empathy where we want? No, it's not like that. Empathy is how we can understand the rules and how we can understand the humanity. So unless and until we do not understand the humanity, we are not able to pursue this. So this is, I can say that Alberta said the humanity very important to work in this. So we have a very esteemed panelists, and I'm very interested to listen our fellow distinguished speakers. They have a lot of experience in their life, and I would like to request Shalini. Shalini, I get known to each many years, and I know how she is working for the people, especially for those who have blindness, women with blindness, and disability people, and how they have center traits where they can go, and we have seen the whole system of National Association of Blind, that's the special center for women with disability people. And they have a lot many things, but the ultimate objective of doing all such things and developing these skills, making them self-reliant, independence, as they say, this is independent living. So I will request you, ma'am, please share your the real life experience where some person has gone from the independent living.
Thank you, Arunji. Thank you, Balwinderji, Anji, and such a pleasure to come back again after some years. And it's such a pleasure to see such a keen audience. So, thank you for welcoming us today this morning. I don't know if some of you or any of you have visited the Center for Blind Independent First Class. Some students have been visited, thanks to Jen. Yes, entrepreneurship, as everybody is saying, is the answer for tomorrow, if not today already. So for blind people, we have been really looking for answers because somehow when it comes to working in the mainstream, it kind of becomes a very severe disability because people start feeling very scared of their probable dependence, like they presume. They feel that people with visual impairment can't really move on their own. And so people who are working with them, they have to put their hand, take them for water tap, so We have to take it to the canteen every day, we have to take it down the stairs every day. And there are so many events and presumptions connected to the visual effect when it comes to working with them. Very sadly, we have been trying to break this mold, and the fears of people are projected onto the employment market. Very, very sensitive. Though in the present times, I feel it's the best time to be blind. Technology has really, really done wonders, and they can really work independently and lot in spite of all the barriers that we have created. Yes, we have tried to come up with some solutions for entrepreneurship because not all of them are able to find jobs. In spite of the world becoming digital now and the visually impaired people are best fitted into the digital world. I don't know if you all know that blind people can work very well with softwares. They can work totally independently on the computers and are working very proficiently in a lot of call centers in the world and banks. They are best fitted into the banking industry because they are very focused on what they are working on. And a lot of people who are almost heading the credit management units in Deutsche Bank, in Standard Chartered, in Citibank, and many, many national banks. The enterprise models that we have come up of late with is the word blind break in Delhi. Just write blind break on the net, and you will see a cafe for blind women. This is a very fantastic novel model which has really worked well for itself, and a lot of media has covered it now. We didn't even know what the people were. And the blind girls are very focused on the timing of cooking, and which does not really let them go wrong with the food ever. It can sound very, very impossible that a blind person can cook, can fry, and can bake. But believe me, you will get the best taste in your city at blind bake. And that's an entrepreneurship model that we are making, where blind girls are now by five-star hotels to host one evening on their own country for conference party or even their own employees party. Yes, because I guess they want to really look at the possibility of making blind people chefs with some time in life. Another model has for a long time been the pain relieving therapies. I just heard Madam Rashmi has been connected to Japan. So Japan and China have had for 300 years, they have had this vocation totally earmarked for the blind, where they are engaged in pain relieving therapies. Again, because that they try to figure out the blockages in your nerves and can actually help you completely overcome frozen shoulder pains, back pain, stiffness, sciaticas, and paralysis also. In Japan, I've seen them treating people with heart failures and infertility problems and almost everything. Because if you just for a second think about it, most of our problems in the body are because of the nerve blockages, nerve reflexological disorders, which is like people are very good at. And in Gujarat and in Delhi and in many cities, there are very good home visit professionals where they are and a lot of people. The Suffering Hands, as somebody had just mentioned in the two functions. So, amazing model of their focus to find out the earliest signs of breast cancer. When a doctor in Germany had discovered this, he had followed this idea, and then when he started training blind people, he figured out that they can actually find out the first stage of breast cancer in a woman's breast, which is 0.5 millimeter, smaller than the back of his hand. And the Indian research shows that blind people have 1% floor rate finding out breast cancer, mammography has 9%. So this is another amazing entrepreneurship model where they are being invited to corporates now to do a health camp totally for blind people, to factories and to rural sites where the mammography machines and ultrasound machines are not available. A woman, blind woman, just goes and spends 30 minutes on a mainstream woman, on any woman, and gives her preventive breast check. You can get a breast check every 3 months or every 6 months from a blind woman. Whereas for mammography, you have to wait for 2 years after your first check, and first check can only be available in anywhere in the world. But with a blind person's hand, even at 18, if you have a history of breast cancer in your family and you want to stay safe, then keep coming for a check. These are some amazing, fantastic models where I think blindness has been understood for this US. And that is what I believe the disabilities must be understood in US. I definitely very strongly believe that whatever term we use, disability, different, all abilities are there for this. And the purpose has to be figured out to make any model successful in the country and the world. And be it blindness or deafness, like I had heard since like that, home employs a lot of deaf people in their working class for obvious reasons that if you employ any of you, you won't be able to work for more than 5 days. There is so much noise in bottling plant. You can't stand the noise after 5, 6 days or a month at most. But deaf people are just made default to stand any number of noises and still continue to work very, very amazingly and consistently. So I guess it's in our hands to find out what are the USPs of each ability or lack of an ability or whatever, and use it to the maximum optimal levels, and use the manpower available in the country to its best ends. Another very succinct occasion that blind people have been using for this is, I don't know if any of you have been to a party where there has been an orchestra by the blind. Lot of blind people now are seen at 5-star hotels, at many conferences, giving you entertainment. There are amazing violin players, flute players, guitar players, singers. They hold a whole orchestra on their own. There are many orchestras now who are, of course, available to entertain people. My only request to Vanity now at this festival is to bring more people with different abilities and different roles to showcase to the future generation how they can really integrate together, how they can become inclusive towards each other, and really use each other's abilities to become a little more strengthened. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandy. Do this time. Thank you. So we started how to have the mastery of the art of implanting. And now, Stalini ke thought ke baad, we have to go one step ahead. We have to have the mastery, the art of focusing in. So now, if you see any person with blindness, don't think he's a blind. He can stay in your body, he can stay in your mind. तो आप कभी भी ऐसा मत सोचना कि ब्लाइंड है कुछ नहीं देख, वो आपके अंतरात्मा तक को देख, आपके मन को भी देख, आपके शरीर में अगर कोई बीमारी है उसको भी देख. So thank you so much for opening eyes for everyone. So now we have Madam Simantuli ma'am, and here also we know each other very well, and we have seen very close. Even I have started my career in Amarju. and how the inclusion has came into the country, how the inclusion has started. That is one that they are the leader in this inclusive sector. And if you think about the cross disability, so don't feel that this center is only for the ADHD center. This is for the intellectually disabled, this is for the autism. So how we can think about the cross disability? So within one setup, within one ecosystem, that how the everyone can be included and inclusive. They have that kind of experience, and I request Dr. Seema to be maybe give the coming years in the doctor. There is a legal gap on the way here. So, we have to just share your experience how the inclusion works.
Thank you so much, Anuji. Respected Professor Jayant Pujari ma'am, respected chair, esteemed panelists, and my dear friends. Friends, it's a very proud and emotional moment for me today because I share this panel with one of my ex-students, Krishna Jain, whom I have seen grow from a child to you, from a child, you young, beautiful lady who is today a motivational speaker and an advocate of disability. And this has been possible because of the inclusive ecosystem which was provided to her during her growing up years, which nurtured her dreams and aspirations. I would also like to congratulate Professor Jayant Pujari for selecting such a relevant topic for today's panel discussion. Because friends, the entire aim of all of the rehabilitative initiatives is empowerment. And when we talk about entrepreneurial opportunities, what we are seeking actually is equitable and meaningful mainstreaming of persons with disabilities in the society, and also to give them opportunity to be their own game changers. Now, friends, to achieve this aim, what is really important for us is to actually revisit our grassroots education system, because that is where the seeds of entrepreneurship are actually sown. An education system which talks about inclusion from class nursery onwards. Because when children study and grow together from that age, what they learn is to appreciate each other's strengths and abilities. And yes, also they learn to accept and celebrate diversity. What is also required, friends, is training of our human resource, our teachers, in such a way that they are able to transform the entire school system. Friends, what we have to realize is that we have to see the difference between accommodating and modifying. And as the teachers who can modify the school system in such a way that each and every child, with or without disability, feel that they're an integral part of the entire school system. Our curriculum needs to be revised in such a way that we add important aspects like personality building, importance of personal self-esteem, vocational skill development training, and yes, exercises to ignite entrepreneurial minds in young children. What I'm going to share with you today, friends, is not something out of the theory book, but practical implementation that our organization has been doing for the past 4 decades. For the past 43 years, Amar Jyoti has been working and implementing towards inclusive education, which has been possible because of the holistic approach to education that we have adopted. The holistic approach of having academics, inclusive sport, inclusive cultural activities, medical facilities, and pre-vocational skill development training as an integral part of our school system. All my children with and without disabilities. And when I talk children with disabilities, friends, we have children with learning impairment, visual impairment, orthopedic challenges, intellectual challenges, and even deaf who are encouraged and given equal opportunities in every aspect of the school activity, whether it is sports, whether it is inclusive competitions, whether it is dance, drama, everything, every opportunity is given to the children there. And the result of this holistic approach, friends, is that we have children like Ocean Kumar, who came to us as a 6-year-old on a wheelchair. He was given the required medical facilities, occupational therapy, physical therapy. He started walking on his crutches. and he was encouraged to participate in all cultural and sports activities. And I'm very proud to say another word that Kuchu today is a Guinness Book Record holder for the maximum number of meetings. And he is a young entrepreneur who's opened his own dance academy in East Delhi from year one. And he, along with his friend, he was a friend, taking down the all. Similarly, we have Lakshmi. Like I said, friends, the vocational skill development training is an integral part of our curriculum. And all our children from class are students. And we have opportunities in various vocational skills. Art and craft, cutting, tailoring, jute bag making, beauty culture, computer, jewelry making. And they are given opportunities to explore the universe. Lakshmi, as a young girl, explored all the vocational businesses and found her calling in beauty culture department. And today, she's running her own beauty parlor and she is supporting her own family too. And she is, like we all say, a so-called with disability. So what I urge all of you is, looking at these examples, we need to remove the word this out of visibility and just focus on abilities. What we also I would like to share with you is a lot of entrepreneurial opportunities. What we really look at is intrapreneurial opportunities as well. Opportunities to be given to persons with disabilities within the organization to carry forward their dream. Like we have Mr. Ram at Amarjyoti, a student of Amarjyoti, and he's running a kiosk at our center for the past 15 years and bringing smiles to the children. We have learned to show the first student of Amarjyoti, Dr. Tulip started Amarjyoti from under the tree. And friends, I'd like to share with you that at that point of time, Dr. Tulip was known as that woman that we say who takes children and love disabilities. And today, friends, for her madness, the government of India has put the opportunity. So that's what I'm telling all my teachers, that let us all, and urge all of you also, let us all be back. Let us think out of the box. And like I said, let us look at abilities. So friends, with that, I would like to say, I have a number of examples, friends. It's a journey of 40 years. But I would urge all of you to come and do numbers with me and witness for yourself. Our children play wheelchair basketball. 3 of our children represented our country internationally on wheelchair basketball and came back with a silver medal. What I'm trying to tell you about why I choose sport and cultural activities, but that will also lead to entrepreneurial opportunities. Like Kushan, like we have Pooja Raju, a child with intellectual challenges, who participated in Special Olympics in Los Angeles and was the only member of the Indian contingent to come back with 4 medals. And today, Pooja Raju is invited by government school teachers to train students in athletics. So through this passion of theirs, they could develop entrepreneurial opportunities for themselves. So friends, the onus is on all of us. Umpteen number of times our friends with disabilities have shown to us that in no way us can challenge come in the way of their dreams and aspirations. We have Vishnu here in front of us. Like I said, she has found her calling as a motivational speaker and as an advocate for disability. So friends, let us all give a platform for equal opportunities and full participation to persons with disabilities for their meaningful community treatment. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to invite all of you all to come forward.
Thank you. So we started with the empathy, we went to focus, now we want how to become the art opportunity. So how if you have that art, how you can understand the opportunity, how you can understand the platform, then you can make the systematic change, the system change. Unless and until the system will not change, हम कुछ भी नहीं कर सकेंगे, हम जहाँ हैं वहीं रह सकते हैं. And now we have this one. So I have made her this maybe in the civic or conference or so many things about this one, and you are a very good self-advocate. Self-advocate in the sense you are talking from your heart, you are talking from your inside, and you are motivating to each and every person's around you how to go ahead, how to think about the change in the world. So welcome to Krishna once again. So we have a big round of applause for him.
A very good morning to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank Jayati ma'am for inviting me as one of the panelists among these highly prestigious personalities. And now I would like to share my experiences with you all. Everybody asked me to share my journey of success, but I would say that I am still in that process of achieving success. Because when I hear the word success, it makes me feel like the end of the journey. And for me, it's not the case. For me, it's like achieving one target and then aiming for a new one. I'm currently pursuing BA Honors in Political Science from the University of Delhi. And reaching till here was not a simple and easy task, like just casually completing primary and secondary education and getting a college degree. No, it was not like that. For me, it took a lot of hard work and with lot of experiences like how the society works and in what kind of situations I should react and where to keep being ignored. Like I also shared this event of my life when I gave my first TEDx at Alcorn International School. That though I don't remember this, but my parents told me that when I was 5 or 6, I used to study in a local school. And one day, all the parents of my classmates gathered and complained to the principal to leave me that school because they were bothered that their kids were trying to copy me. Like I write with my toes. So their kids used to copy me at home by writing with their toes. So they complained and wanted me to leave the school. And though the principal was very supportive and he didn't he didn't give them much importance. But later I transferred to a Jyoti school for inclusive education because it made my parents worry. They might come again and sometimes they might get aggressive also. So later I transferred to a Jyoti Charitable Trust and I've never regretted getting into a Jyoti, but that event raised a question in my mind that was it my fault? And I guess no. And if no, then why I had to leave? But still, I enjoyed my time in Jyoti, and those 9 years were the most pleasant and cheerful. Thank you, ma'am. And there I grew holistically and through academic as well as vocational skills. I can draw, I can paint, I can perfectly operate any PC device. I also do makeover and I also do poetry like making diyas and gulab. In 2014, I got the National Award in Exceptional Achievements in the Field of Arts by the Honorable President of India. And in 2016, I have participated in a national IT challenge for youth with disabilities held in Kurukshetra by the government of India, where I won and got the chance to represent India at Global IT Challenge for Youth with Disabilities, which was held in China by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, South Korea, where I won a Super Challenger Award and a gold medal in group activity. I did my secondary education from SREA Public School, and before the 10th board exam of CBSE, the counselors of that school forced me to get a scribe for examinations because of their stereotypical mind. They were so determined that I could not be able to do my exam in time. They didn't know that I've been doing throughout my life. Like I've been writing my exams, and they couldn't believe that I got 85% in those exams. So I wanted to show them, and it really made me a sense of achievement. And today I'm speaking in front of you all because of my family and my teachers. They have always taught me never to give up, and nothing is impossible. At least before thinking that you cannot do, just give it a try. Don't give up. So, and the word impossible itself says that I am possible. So don't give up, at least give it a try. And my family is sitting in the audience today, and I'm standing beside them, so I'm really honored and thankful.
Friends, I would like to say one thing, Nisha. Do not think why that school principal or the friends of yours ever thought about that. It was their loss. And it was our game. It was definitely our game. We are very, very happy about it.
So thank you, Lisa. So even in the inside, I started with the empathy. I started with the art of focusing and we understand how the art of opportunity works. Now, Nista has given you the insight. Everyone, I'll tell you that the art of inclusive living, how she started living inclusively, how she learned to live inclusively, and how this success has come up. Now we have the next speaker, Dr. Rashmi Das. I'm meeting you first time now.
Your permission, just
Please,
because
ma'am.
Dr. Salini has to leave,
Yeah.
we'll just felicitate her and then.
So please welcome Sanya.
I'm sorry, hello, with your permission, I have 2 minutes before Dr. Rashmi Das.
Please.
Now I request Professor Dr. Jayanti Bajani ma'am kindly present the. Thank you ma'am for joining us.
So thank you, Shalini. Thank you, Nisha. You have given a very good insight how to live inclusively. And if you learn live inclusive living, then successes like this has a lot many success in her credits. And now we have Dr. Rashmi Das, and I'm meeting her first time. And I'll listen to then in the next meeting then I can share you about what listen and what we're doing. But as a parent, as a person, those who have seen closely growing the child, you have a lot many family problems, lot many community issues, so many things you have. But you have come up with this level that you are saying something about it. You are speaking about positively. So how this strength has come up in you, and just give us some insight that how the community is involved in thinking about the entrepreneurial skills for the person.
I will answer all those questions of talking about the theme of the session, which is entrepreneurial opportunities, and also linked with the conference title, which is next generation strategies and tools. Because I had worked for a long time in the tech sector. It was my primary professional identity before I branched into policy motivation because of a very, very personal context, which I shall come to in a moment. Now, I'm happy this conversation is happening in the university. It reminds me of my alma mater, Jawaharlal University, where we had and still have some of the most inspiring conversations around issues which impact our country, society. So when we talk of Industry 5.0, I'm very happy that it is happening in the university, because the students and faculty today must sink in their learning and their skill development with whatever is happening outside the world. Also at the existing problem. So, gentlemen, you are to be congratulated for having this event. Industry 5.4 basically, as we in the industry talk of it, it basically means no human in the loop. Phenomenal levels of digitalization, automation, the kind of jobs which you are seeing today, 3-4 years down the line, 45% of these jobs would be redundant. Now, we'll just give you an example. This was a PwC research which was done. They employed an AI bot, an online insurer, to the services of an AI bot. What used to take months, days, from the claim receipt to detecting frauds, payout, and notifying the customer. It was done by the AI bot in only 3 seconds. So that is the level of automation we have. Therefore, in Japan, what they have done, they have linked Industry 5.0. Their industry association has coined the term Society 5.0. So when you have Industry 5.0, there has to be a pipeline. The society also has to prepare for it. There has to be a full-scale transformational processes which are set in our educational process, in our social process. And the benefit of that has to be faced by the in this slide. These are the positive developments which is happening alongside 5.4. The 5.4 also provides the apart from technological advancement, which was missing in the earlier waves of technological advancements, which is social fairness and sustainability. These are the other important principles of Industry 5.4. What have we done at ICEIL? Because still now, when we are looking at education, it is still in the realm of physical world. We have very limited exposure to machine learning among children who are in the disability sector. I will speak specifically in the context of autism because that is my context. So what we are doing at Higashi is from the pre-vocational stage itself, we will be introducing our students to machine languages and then scale it up to VFX and other advanced learning languages. In the physical world, we carried out a very important event this year because I also happened to run a digital cohort. This is one place where children and young adults with autism excel. So this visual cohort called Atypical, it represents 35 autistic artists across the country. We partnered with Minimal Gallery, which is very prestigious private gallery, and we did an inclusive, integrated art exhibition of emerging artists, in which 11 autistic artists participated around the country, and the lots got sold for 6.65 lakhs. So my belief is basically that enterprise does not mean cooperative company. Whether a social enterprise or a commercial enterprise has to deploy a product and their product has to sell, has to find a market. So are we getting our children and young adults with the disability getting into that market? So when that success happens, now my next year of work is how can we get autistic artists into the NFT market? NFT art marketplace. NFT is basically a non-fungible token system of digital world. You have cryptocurrency to digital buying and selling that. So can we create a forum, a cluster where autistic artists get in and access the NFT market? So that is something which I am working on. We have to look at the higher end of the value chain because the template is Industry 5.4. So, because only inclusion can happen when we are matching all the dimensions of development. We are not lagging behind. So one of the things which I have seen in special education, and that's kind of pains me a lot also. the aim is at the very low end of the value chain. And that needs to change. That needs to change everywhere because the reality check and there are industry reports which suggest that because of the steaming low, the reality check also throws up certain data. In the US, the data is significant. Those who are unemployed, underemployed, and who are disabled, who are in the disability sector, the gap between those who are limited and those who have disability is 40%. This is the overall disability sector statistics. So most of the unemployed people you find among the disabled population. Honestly, we do not even have that industry. So there is no industry report also which tells us anything about what it is. But truth be told, most young autistic adults, once they enter autistic individuals, once they enter adulthood, they do not have a work life. That is the reality. What are we doing going to change that? I would urge universities like Amity to become an advocacy and especially the rehabilitation. If you could also take an advocacy role and work with companies so that they expand their recruiting and internship programs. So I think this is very much a part of reality today because prevalence data is up. I feel autistic individuals will benefit hugely from AI technologies, from automated intelligence, from autonomous intelligence, augmented devices. They will benefit hugely. And this is a unique talent pool which kind of sits in with information technology because whatever autistic people do, I've seen a lot of autistic people and I've seen their immense felicity with navigating devices. I've seen their huge propensity towards learning software. So that is a place where we are not happy and we are missing out a lot because we are not doing these things. So what is the future? Future of machine learning activities, future of device navigation ecosystem, creating a technological ecosystem for children and young adults on autism spectrum is a way forward, both in terms of achieving quality of life goals for them as well as their families, as also giving them a professional. The tech sector has to be explored, harvested, investigated for the benefit of autistic communities. Having said that, just to be planned about my journeys, and I got my son's diagnosis at 18 now. We did not have the era of Internet of Things as we have today. This was a pre-social media, not have Facebook, Insta, Twitter. So even before we had the Internet of People, in the sense that exchange information are made, we did not have this phenomenal level of digital availability of information. So that was a challenge finding the right source of my child. So I traveled the world over and and then I found a perfect method of the judgment English school. This is whom we have partnered and started the national institute, which is based on the data therapy method of talking. We have a very robust tech vision of this school, and I will welcome all of you to come and see, visit the campus. It's a very school. It runs on the principles of interdisciplinarity, something which national education policy. And we have a very heavy academic team also, academic teams also on campus because autism education and this emphasis was critical because of the conditions that autism face. Autistic individuals, whether they are in the workforce or they are entrepreneurs, they will always need assistance. They will need mentoring. They will need job coaches because that is what their cognitive differences are about. Because they know they have executive dysfunction, they have been sent. These are the cognitive differences that individuals have. But yet they are performance oriented. If we can have a set of job coaches and mentors, I believe they will be very productive part of our dialogue. So with these words,
We got a new dimension, and thank you for opening us. So we were having so many items in our okay, this is a person with market and more disability, whether work in the sector or not. So she has given the art of transformation. So how we can transform our thinking, how we can think about the value chain in the whole ecosystem of the environment. And before I speak something, I will under the session that I request our esteemed audience, if you have anything coming in your mind, so ask your question. जब दिमाग में कुछ हो तो पूछ लेना चाहिए. So we will request you having two questions as we have the constraint of time. So, okay, who will come first? Raise your hand. Any question? No question. तो जब प्रश्न नहीं होता है तो लोग सोचते हैं कि हमने सब चीज करना चाहिए और प्रश्न तभी नहीं होता है जबकि हमने कुछ नहीं समझा. ओके प्लीज वेलकम. You can introduce yourself and
hello everyone. My name is Smita. I have a question for Seema. I know someone who is intellectually disabled. He is 15 years old. He changed a lot of schools because of his disability, but they don't. Their family is not interested to aware that he's disabled. So I told them to go for a psychologist or do some testing, but they are not interested because if they are thinking socially, if I go to psychologist, they will think he is mentally ill. So he's very good in cricket, very good in languages, but his social skill is not well. Not at all well. He's acting like a child in front of other people. So they are so worried. So they are thinking after he's completed his 10th or 12th, they can do something like go like small things for him, or they can give him some support and all for a long time. They are not interested to give him any support like give him a proper education or skill education or anything else. So what are their probability of giving them a good vocational training or giving them what are their scope actions in a career?
Okay, so first of all, to answer your question about the women experience. Now, that is a big challenge that we face every day at our center. Parents initially are in a state of denial and they're not able to accept that there is a challenge. So, the first step is to actually get the parent on board because the parents, we say, are our angel. And when the parents come with us, the entire integration process becomes very easy and smooth. An example of an aware and a motivated parent is right here in front of us, Nishma's parents. I remember each and every aspect of a school life. The parents, the mother and father, both were absolutely, totally devoted towards their daughter. They, initially when they came to us, yes, of course, they also were a little distraught with the entire experience they had with the previous school. But when they came to Amarjyoti and they saw that everybody was doing everything, so I would request you to get the parents to a place like Amarjyoti, where they will come and witness for themselves. See first, let us not try to convince them while sitting at home. Get them to the center, let them see and witness. And then probably that will be the first step towards having the parents on board. I still remember, friends, when Nishka was supposed to go for the ICEIL competition in China, I had called her mother and she said, like, I think that's not the movie of my. When Nishka was supposed to, I asked him to get aid. So after 8, our children take admission in other schools. And for Nishka's admission, I had gone to another school, including DAV, where the principal told me that I don't want the children to sympathize with her. And I told her that give her 1 month, and that sympathy will change into admiration. And that is what happened when Nishka came to me after a month. I asked her, I think you have friends. She said, "No, yes, we have." Now, what happened? She showcased her ability. When you showcase ability, there is more awareness. And I would request you to get the parents because it is very important to have a proper assessment of the child. And that is where the multidisciplinary team assess the strengths, the abilities, and the challenges. And we formulate a plan for the child as per their abilities. And we look at avenues or opportunities for them and network with them. Here is where special educators also play a very important role. And in creating awareness amongst the special educators about the opportunities that are available in market is also very, very important. Like NHLBC, like PMKY, Yojana we have. So all of these are giving financial support to persons with challenges to be entrepreneurs. So once we recognize the strengths and challenges, it becomes easier to look for opportunities for the child. And you said the child is very good in sports, so he can participate in Special Olympics. So through Special Olympics, they get opportunities to participate in sports. I give you the example of Chanachi, who was an intellectually challenged child, a child with no attention, and we recognized on the playground that she used to run like fire. And once we recognized that, we trained her in Special Olympics, and she got the opportunity to represent the country in Los Angeles. And like I said, the only member of the Indian Federation to come back with 4 medals, and she was awarded by a presentation council. So once we recognize the challenges and the strengths of the child, we will look for opportunities for the child as well. So that, because Anuji is doing a great job with our children. And I'm sure we can elaborate a little more on that. I will definitely urge you to get your parents on the for a visit. Let them come and see that everybody is doing it. And then that will be a person that you want to start.
So we have we are including that is special education. And what we have learned, and it will help you in your life. I was talking about the empathetic communication. So later on, the effective communication is very important. What happens? Leaving all agencies behind. वो आ नहीं रहा, वो parents कुछ नहीं कर रहा. If I can quote you the example, maybe some person, some parent, he is a daily laborer and he has a daily basis to earn something for the livelihood. How he will leave the things to feed themselves or feed the child and then he will come to you. So maybe there are so many assumptions coming up in your mind. And active listening is very important to listen to them actively. And as Simon has quoted that use the language in we means not only your child is like this. So let's see the world. There are so many parents, there are so many persons, those who are living and leading their life. So that is how we have to make an effective communication and make something which I have always prayed for that the silence is there, it is very powerful tool in the community. If the parents is silent and he is not talking, he is not coming up, maybe something is very good cooking inside. So let's wait and see that how the parents can do. So do you have any other questions? One more question. Yeah, please. This is the last one.
Good morning, everyone. My question is to Ms. Rashmidas ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to ask you, how can we strengthen pre-vocational training and entrepreneurship mindset for persons?
See the scientific data on the skill sets that autistic children exhibit by the time they reach the pre-vocational stage, which is typically 11 to 12 years, has been seen in the following areas: fine arts, performing arts, culinary, which is food preparing preparation of food, visual skills, and sports. So these are the 5 domains, and in garments, all graduate students, so in economics, there is a concept of division of labor and specialization. So since we know that they are configured in such a way that they excel in these 5 fields domains, we should configure them for success. Because nothing succeeds like itself. And I would also urge Amity University, so that you brought up this question and I've seen this that we talking about empathy and all of that is fine. But now I think this whole debate needs to shift forward, and from empathy we should move to affirmative identity. So for ASD, whether it is ASD or any other form of disability, we move towards affirmative identity structure. Yes, autistic, yes, with so much of cognitive differences, but with some of the ability defined. So in these 5 domains, you pick up at pre-vocational stage, you have to understand the child can write a school leaving exam on it. If not, then we train the child in these 5 domains. And since the investigation is early, the confidence built in by the time the child is 18, that can compete with the 30-year-old theory. So which is a huge work problem. So here the formula is you catch them young, train them in this 5 program domains, especially which the scientific data shows us this excellence, because there are numerous such data touch points now because of Internet of Things. We know that data will train them, catch them young, and program reports to yourself. It has to be data driven. And then you have to be data driven.
Great. So we had a very good discussion, and I think 2 minutes. What I feel personally, this 21st century is for the change, and think maybe this is there are so many opportunities for changing yourself, changing the spirituality of your thinking that what does it kind of say. Okay, let's think about the individuality of the person, individual traits of the person. That is very important. And maybe you need to pay a lot of attention about the people with disability, how they can go ahead. There is a 2 more thing which I would like to see in coming future. The special educator should understand and go into that deeper learning. How your knowledge can be managed. The knowledge management is very important. So think about it, make that kind of how you are doing the hard work, you are doing lot many things, you have lot many ideas, lot many innovations. So how you will manage it, how you will work upon it, that is very important. And there the technology can play lot many the help with that. And definitely these kind of conference for the special education center, it is boon for you. It is something we can say the cooking for your lunch. Yeah. So think about it. Leverage some ideas from this type of conferences, like committee is holding so many conferences. So आप उससे इसको कुछ कर सकते हो. आप अपने strength को empower करो, then you can take your creative ideas to work it. And definitely, I am putting it like that. So whatever we are doing, so whatever we are integrating, like innovative change, like entrepreneurial skills, like special education, we talk about the machine learning, the AI, lot many things, and it will help you. It is stay towards the vision of 2030 SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, and where we can think about how the diversity, the inclusion within the society is possible. So with this note, I will say thank you to all our esteemed panelists, especially and Simantuli madam, she has given the insight to take about. There are so many examples in our country and community, and definitely today's I can say this is a very innovative panelist this time. So have a big round of applause for them. Think about what you are thinking. And Rashmi, thank you so much. It was very fast interaction, and we understood that you are not you have that traditional parental view. You are very much innovative parent and you are very good education and academic zeal to understand the discipline. So we will definitely leverage your skills in our side. So thank you so much and thank you for the audience and very big thanks to Nancy Pujari ma'am for round of applause for holding me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we have the round moment of presentation. I would request Professor Dr. Nancy Pujari Madam to kindly felicitate and present the memento to Dr. Alok Bhuvan sir, the section chair for this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today and sharing your thoughts and your sharing this discussion. Now I request Professor Reddy to kindly felicitate Ms. T. Manthali, Principal and Director Academics, our joint charter. Thank you, Seema ma'am, for being with us today. Now I request Madam, please felicitate Ms. Nishta Jain, motivational speaker and disability advocate. We are very proud to have Nishta with us today along with our promoter. Now I request the kindly felicitate Dr. Rajni Das, Chairperson, Hitachi Autism School Day. Thank you, Rashmi ma'am. Thank you. It has indeed been a highly informative panel discussion session. I take the privilege to thank all the esteemed speakers and the session chair for chairing this informative session. Thank you to all the participants for their interesting and very enthusiastic attendance. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah. अभी हम काम कर रहे हैं उस पे प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट स्टेज पर है आप करते हो एक्टिविटी काम so you move on the Jayantee ma'am get in touch sorry WhatsApp का भी है और नंबर भी है
Hello. All right. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to one and all present over here. Thank you so much for joining us in this 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership. The theme for this year is Next Gen Tools and Strategies for Business Growth in Industry 5.0. And as Department of Clinical Psychology, the Institute of IPAS is having this panel discussion on clinical entrepreneurship in competitive era of startups. We have with us an illustrious delegates as panelists. I would like to first welcome you all, and we have two panelists joining us online as well. I'm going to first introduce the session chair, Dr. Smriti Joshi, who's is an experienced leader in the field of digital mental health and has carved her niche in the areas of ethical delivery of digital mental health interventions. She's been working in this space for 10 years and is one of the few trained telebehavioral mental health professionals in Asia. At present, she is working as a chief psychologist at VISA, I'm saying it correct, right? VISA offering mental health support. VISA offers mental health support at scale via AI mental health chatbots plus human therapists. Her expertise lies in designing and developing clinical safe digital mental health interventions, which is the need of the hour. And she has also delivering therapy via chatbots and online therapy as well as human therapists. She has published various papers, articles, books, and chapters, as well as I think the length and breadth of her knowledge cannot be said in few words right now. I would just request her to take over the session and conduct the panel discussion. The topic of the panel discussion again is clinical entrepreneurship in the competitive era of science. A big round of applause for her.
A very warm welcome to this hopefully exciting and energy-infusing panel discussion. Today we gather at the intersection of psychology and technology, where innovation meets mental health. You've seen how the pandemic got everybody to rethink about how they want to offer their clinical practices. Even if it's in-person practice, people have clinicians have evolved from how they were offering services, improved and enhanced how they're offering services. And it's no surprise that it's also reshaping mental health care. As clinical psychologists, we find ourselves navigating uncharted territories. We are very confused when we move out from colleges, even after finishing MPhils or PhDs, we're unsure about what we need to do. The traditional approach was usually to work in clinics or hospitals. But we have now moved beyond. There is enough example of people sitting here in the panel, our dignitaries, who have taken the unbeaten path, have become entrepreneurs of sort, even if it means setting up practices of their own. And our panelists today are pioneers in the field, each bringing a unique perspective to the table. They've harnessed their expertise in mental health to drive innovation, disrupt the status quo, and build impactful practices in mental health startups. Throughout our discussion today, we will explore the compelling confluence of clinical knowledge and entrepreneurial spirit. We will delve into challenges and opportunities that clinicians face in venturing into the startup arena, and the transformative potential it holds for mental health services, because we know the huge gap that exists in service provision and the needs of the end users. And there will be much more people needing support than the number of clinical psychologists we churn out each year. From digital therapy platforms to AI-driven mental health tools, the possibilities are limitless. We will explore questions like, how can clinical psychologists leverage technology to improve access? What are the ethical considerations? How can we make our practices sustainable and scalable at the same time? So revenue, but ethically, and also how can we scale and reach many more lives, touch many more lives? How do we ensure that innovation in the space is evidence-based in clinical sound, right? Not just any online service mushrooming and saying, hey, come and seek therapy from me. What is the evidence that it works? So our aim today is not only to shed light on the exciting prospects this era offers, but also to inspire and inform those who are considering or are already embarked on the path of clinical entrepreneurship. And let's embark on this insightful journey. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists today, who will share their valuable insights and years of precious experience. And when I say years, I must begin with Dr. Roma Kumar. She does not need any introduction, specifically for, I think, across India, but people in the North definitely know her as one of the pioneers. When I was doing my MPhil, she was my inspiration, because I had my doubts about, do I want to work in a hospital? How do I maintain my autonomy? How do I give clinical psychology and myself that independence and autonomy as a practitioner? And I think Dr. Roma Kumar has set and led by doing it. She's a senior psychologist at Institute of Child Health. She's a co-chairperson for Institute of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Gangaram Hospital. Not many have been able to break the walls between psychiatry and clinical psychology. She is one of the very few I know who has done it. She's the founder of Saksham Mental Health. She's a senior consultant at Max Hospital, Gurgaon. She's a partner and co-founder at Emotionally, which is an online therapy and counseling coaching platform. She's a mentor and advisor at Listen, distinguished advisor at SGT University, Faculty of Behavioral Sciences, Gurgaon, and been in this space for 35 years. And you can see the span of services that she has gotten into, from clinical practice to academics to technical mental health and tech platforms as well. So a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Roma Kumar. And I go on to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Ashima Shrivastava. She's a batchmate and a dear friend as well. Dr. Ashima is a distinguished senior consultant clinical psychologist, well recognized in Delhi for her work. She is an encouraging, knowledgeable, thorough professional who creates a safe space for her clients to talk in. She has been in the field for more than 2 decades, and I have seen her struggle with her baby, doing her MPhil, and then also accomplishing her PhD, which is something that has been it's a very challenging task. She set up her clinic, Reconnect Neuropsychiatry and Child and Guidance Clinic, and she's been running it successfully for past 11 years. So for any of us who think, should we not, here is somebody who will share her experiences as to how she's been able to continue for 11 years without taking a break. In addition to her clinic, she's also associated with Max Super Specialty Hospital, Patmanganj, for a very long time, for as long as I can remember. And next on the panel is another dear friend, Dr. Ananya Sinha. We're also from the same institute, IBHAS, and she's a founder and director and chief clinical psychologist of Therapy Private Limited, which is a global mental health service platform. She's an RCI registered trauma-informed LGBTQ affirmative clinical psychologist. So when I read these degrees or certifications, it helps you understand that stepping into a role that helps you lead with confidence also needs you to equip yourself with enough knowledge to be able to lead with that confidence. And she's an international affiliate of the APA and a member of Global Clinical Practice Network of the World Health Organization. And she's written book chapters and delved into ethical aspects of psychotherapy and counseling as a part of her research, and later as well, even now she conducts programs that help one learn more about how to deliver services online ethically. And she's also held teaching positions at Christ University, University of Calcutta, and the Indian Psychoanalytic Society. She's been quoted in the news, many well-known publications like Telegraph, Economic Times, The Wire, Parent Circle, News Laundry, and the likes. And I would like to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Dipali Batra. She has completed her MPhil from CIP Ranchi and has 18+ years of experience. She is a senior consultant in the field of mental health and a senior clinical psychologist and relationship therapist. That's a forte. And she's the founder and director of PALS for children and adults. For those who stay in the west part of Delhi, everybody goes to her. And all references are made to her because she has a wonderful team and she's been practicing there for years. She's established herself as a very successful psychologist in this geography. She's been awarded Best Performance in School Psychology Award for her contribution in the field of school psychology in the year 2014. And she's been facilitated with Child and Adolescent Mental Health Award in the year 2018. And she's also been a resource person for institutes like NIMH, NIEPMG, and SCRT for various projects that they have run. And she's also been covered in articles that get published in Times of India, Hindustan Times, the Asian Age, etc. So you can see, the repertoire, the treasury that we have with us today. So we will ask our questions, but I encourage you to form your own questions. Be curious, explore with curiosity, and ask any questions that you may have about what the future looks like and what are the steps one can take to establish oneself as an entrepreneur in this field. And I think if everyone is up for it, can we begin with our first question? I think the first thing that I would personally like to know is what has been the motivation for entering this uncharted territory, for setting up your own practice, for becoming a clinical entrepreneur. And I would first like to address you, Dr. Roma Kumar, because she began at a time when we were still thinking of, as juniors, we were looking up to it, but I think there was not many people who were setting up their own practices. So Dr. Roma, what was it that drove you to take this very challenging dive into the field of clinical entrepreneurship?
Good afternoon, Smriti, and good afternoon, everybody, all the panelists. And Smriti, we've been wanting to meet each other, but this is how we meet online, right? Well, I would just go back to those many years, and I would say it was just a head-on collision. I did not think. I just took the risk and I did it. And the journey began at a point where I was leading the child development clinic at Gangaram Hospital. And there were some procedural changes in the hospital at that point, and I decided to begin my clinic. There's no looking back, absolutely no looking back. There were hurdles, there were huge hurdles, but did not look back. There were no people who would, who were giving me money to run my clinic. I took a team of people. I used to go to schools where I set up special schools in and around Delhi and in Rewari. The one in Rewari was something which is very close to my heart, where I took all the therapists with me in my own car, along with my son. I was a single parent at that time. And it was twice a month we used to go, drive 100 kilometers. 5 years I did it, ran that school. Now it runs by the parent organization. I did not charge a single paisa from there. And I think it was just something that I wanted to do. It was a vision that I had, and it began there. So it is something that came from my heart. Nobody told me to do it. I come from a family where my dad was a doctor, a neurophysician. I think I learned a lot from him. But apart from that, it was just my doing. And I took that risk. And I think all of us need to learn that we can take risks. We've been taking risks right from childhood, where we get into play schools and we are told to perform, and we are risking it that time. So why can't we risk it now? I think I should stop there, because that's a question that was only aimed at that.
Thank you for sharing your journey with us, ma'am. I would like to take the same question to Ashima. And let's hear from her that what motivated her to continue practice as a consultant, but also simultaneously set up her own practice.
So I had a medical student, and I got through my previous attempt, the first attempt, and I went for my examination. So I dropped 1 year for preparing for getting two MBBS. The second attempt, I did not qualify. So I always had a dream for clinical knowledge. So my sister, she is a nephrologist, she's practicing Kerala. So he would always guide me through that route for allied branches. But I always had an inclusiveness to talk to people, understand behavior, and understand emotional aspects. And whenever it is with the emotional point. So that sensitization which needs to be there, I was thinking that it was there, and I was pursuing my graduation. Finally, I got into the journey of clinical psychology. I had lots of struggles to face. I got married at the age of 26. And then finally, I put myself PhD. And meanwhile, after 2.5 years of pursuing my PhD, I'm very able. So I qualified my first entrance for entry level. And by that time, my daughter was 1 year. I still remember my mentor in past. She would say, Ashman, had I been in your place, I would have quit ICEIL. I would have continued pursuing PhD. But I was very much inspired by the same mentor. So whenever she could make history, I did my internship at Advanced. That was the turning point for me to become a clinical psychologist. When I came to class and did my internship, so I got a very nice exposure as to what psychology is all about, the types of population in our state, the wide spectrum of disorders and wide range of types. So finally, I was very passionate from a child activist. So it was my dream that I had to pursue in this field. So then finally my husband is a psychiatrist. We both had opened our own sector. Since then we have been having a setup where we are taking the population under one group and special policy and I use for the case also with lots of autistic ADHD. So basically, my motivation was that I wanted to see some change in the field as a clinician, getting to the requirements and needs of the parents first. Then they are struggling day in and out with their kids. But now I would like to share that definitely it is challenging. So you need to stay updated with the development in the market, whatever technologies take place. You get versed with that, how it is, and I'm not very good with my skills as working on social media sites. So I still face a lot of struggles. I keep taking help of my students. I think it's a good journey and motivating.
Thanks for sharing, Ashma. And indeed, the journey never stops. There is no pause. We continue to grow and learn. Dipali, would you now like to share what motivated you to help set up Pulse and what has kept you going in this journey? What are the challenges you face probably, and what's the motivation that's kept you going?
So I think we want to experience that career is a very complicated process. And I think I love the that is the able driving force. Also, I think with the training that I got CIT matching and the guidance exposure that was given, the internships, and I worked at different hospitals and for 12 hours, 13 hours. So you know that this is what is required out of you and how you have to still have those skills at the same time you're tired of practice, at the same time you have those personal things to deal with, and there is you will become more resilient. Then obviously I worked on the psychiatric stuff and I got to Patna, which is a general clinical hospital setup. So actually our institute do not tell us how to manage. So we do not know how to go to a doctor and say that sir, I am a psychologist. Now what would I say for gastro doctor? Because I was really new, 18 years back now. But gradually, I worked there for 7 to 8 years because I was in West Delhi and Patna hospitals in South Delhi. I was traveling. And I think it gave me a very vast exposure of oncology, gastro, endocrinology, gynecology, urology, psychiatry. I work in ICEILs. So that gave me a vast exposure. And obviously, my clients, client satisfaction, the fact that they were coming and follow up, the fact that they were accepting me, made me realize that I can make action. I can do this. And I think that's where I started having my independent practice also. Because now working in a hospital setup under a psychiatrist, that gave me some confidence. So obviously then when I started working independently, obviously the follow-ups tell you that why in a private sector client has to pay and then they. So that means you have delivered something in the previous session, that is not there. Why would they want to come back? Not doing it. So I think that's good. Also, I would give credit to family support. I have traveled a lot, like my son was just 3 months, I was traveling for an international all over the country for workshops for employees.
And I think that family support plus what my clients gave to me, my training institute, the internships, the follow-ups, all of that, so there is not reality. I did not have promotions and all of that. I did not know how to do it. So I think that is how I can keep continuing to see that we love the work. Thank you. Thanks for your sharing, Dipali. I would, I'm very curious to know what led you to think about this unique blend of online and in-person, plus delivering trainings and many other kind of opportunities you bring for both upcoming psychologists as well as your patient population. Okay. Am I audible? You're on mute. You're on mute, Dr. Nanya.
Am I audible now?
Loud and clear.
So good afternoon, Smriti, and good afternoon, all the distinguished panelists. It's wonderful to be here. I think I'll probably start with the first question of, what motivated me. I did my PhD from NIMHANS on ethical practices in psychotherapy and counseling. It was a long PhD journey, 6.5 years, and I dived deep into the understanding the ethical aspects of delivery of client services and mental health services. After completing my PhD, I joined Christ as an assistant professor. And as much as I loved being with my students and teaching, I think there came a point of time when I started questioning myself that am I doing justice to the training that I've got, to the knowledge that I've received during my PhD training. And then came COVID also, where we saw a huge need, magnanimous need for online delivery of services, and where people were slowly becoming more and more aware of reaching out to mental health services. And that is where initially I was just doing private practice. I was just dealing with clients one-to-one, but there came a point of time when I realized that, when clients come to you, the one thing they look for is this person trustworthy? Is this place trustworthy? Am I receiving what I am? They are actually opening up their most vulnerable selves with us and expecting something like some kind of progress from us. And that is where the importance of ethical services becomes so important, the blend between competence and ethics. And honestly, at that point of time, I did not feel that only individually me, I can make a change. So it was a dive in, like Dr. Roma Kumar was saying. I did not really think that much. I just felt that this needs to be done. I have the background and this can be done. And that is how we launched ICEIL. And since then, there has been no looking back. So initially, we launched ICEIL in an international conference in Dubai. And we have a team. And I think the team is always the biggest strength. But this unique blend, like you are saying, it was more in terms of the need-based thing. So initially, we wanted to reach out to as many people as possible to provide them with competent ethical care as much as possible. So that is why we are primarily online. But we do have therapists who are seeing clients offline. And last year, we also launched Flourish, which is our training academy for mental health professionals, where we also conduct trainings. And training is so important because we feel that you cannot deliver if you're not upskilling yourself regularly. Things which I have done my MPhil, I think 10, 12 years back, and I feel the need for upskilling so strongly. So this unique blend came up because the primary motivation was to provide ethical, competent services to as many people as possible across the globe. And I think I just took the dive in and I'm just taking it one day at a time. And I have been fortunate enough to have wonderful support from all my colleagues, including you, all the clients and my family. I think like Dr. Dipali was saying, without family support, I think it is impossible to shift yourself. Like you start as a practitioner to shift yourself to the entrepreneurship job. And it's such a new paradigm for you. I think that is where, family, friends, and their support comes in.
Thank you so much. I think this really kind of, is it driving any thoughts up in your minds, hold them there, because when we come to the question answer round, you can ask any questions that you have with regards to, individual sharings that they've had about what has helped them take a dive into the fields that they are in or the practices that they are running. And just would like to add a little bit about my own push into the field of telemental health, which was actually by accident. I went to the US. I was on an H4 visa. And just before that, I was teaching here with Sonia as my colleague in the department, Rashmi ma'am also as my colleague here. And once I left, I was on an H4 visa with my MPhil degree. I was very sure that I would get something in the US because I'm licensed here, not knowing again that information is missing in our trainings as to what our MPhil means the minute we step out of India. Not that it doesn't mean anything. It does mean there is rigorous work training that we go through, but they see it as work experience and not as a degree per se. And you do need to do some sort of rich courses or register yourself as a master's level psychologist. But on an H4, even that is not possible. So you need to have a shift in your visa status, and we weren't prepared at that point in time. And I always had a curious brain and I wanted to learn. And I wanted to try and connect with my clients in India that I had before I left for the US using Skype, because I was speaking to my parents on Skype. And then suddenly there was this news that Skype was recording sessions, was recording data that was being exchanged between clinicians or healthcare providers, and for their own learning and enhancement, of course, but then it was very private and sensitive data, and that kind of alarmed me, and I didn't want to connect with my clients in this unsafe space anymore. And that led me to do a course in telemental health in the US. I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship because I couldn't pay for one, and I did a work arrangement with one of the institutes there. And that training really opened up my eyes to how technology can help us scale and offer services and also sustain them, because you can reach out to more people, you can touch more lives. And it was a risk. Not many people were offering telemental health services in India at that point in time. When I'm saying that point of time, I'm talking 2010, 2011. And I came back from the US. I worked with an online company, one of the first, helped them set up their platform. And it was a big risk. There was some amount of shunning and kind of outcasting experience I had with my own community here, because they felt that the work I was doing was not clinical enough. And it was also a very alienating experience. I felt very lonely, very alone in that journey at that point in time. But and then from there, I got this opportunity to work with Visa, which is the company I work for now. And we created an AI chatbot, which is today supporting 6 million users in 95 countries. When we started with it, we were a skeptic. I was a skeptic because I knew only how to offer therapy in person with one person at a time. And here the AI would be taking therapy to X million number of people. How would it even work? Why would people come and speak to a AI when we say that it has to have that human touch? But then we were able to generate evidence and see that people were feeling connected, people were being able to speak, and what more do I need as a motivational experience than getting to see via our feedbacks that people have said, 387 people have said that Visa saved their lives in moments of crisis. So when AI can reach so many lives, can help bridge the gap that exists, because of lack of providers and not enough people in remote areas, rural areas, then why cannot we offer services in a blended way? And there is another blended way where we blend in the technology with the human support. And that's continued to motivate me. It's been 7 years with Visa. I never thought I could be with one organization for 7 years, knowing my ADHD brain, which likes to jump and do different kinds of things. But that's been the driving force. And I think we can move on to the next question.
Can I ask a question also? Can you just elaborate more on the ethical practices that by now, so that, you know, I think the online therapy has been taken up as like, okay, let's sit in front of the computer, let's have a conversation with our clients. But I think there needs to be a little more understanding that needs to be there of ethical considerations that need to be there. And, you know, with that, I would also just request that because of the paucity of time, maybe we would have to capture a picture of our discussion. So after the consideration and for follow-up, but maybe we have to line it up and another problem. Yes.
Absolutely, sure. So I think I would also loop in Ananya after I answer your question, Sonia. So it's a very, like I said, the most alarming thing about Skype when I stopped using Skype was the privacy issues that were coming in. India right now, actually this year they have released an equivalent of HIPAA or GDPR as exists in the US and EU, where there are data privacy laws with regards to healthcare provision and data collection that happens online or offline, but how are those records maintained, with whom are they shared, etc. And at WISA, because there are so many people from across the globe and we don't know from which countries they are coming in, what we decided to do as the first step was to build in anonymity. So WISA does not ask for your username, it does not ask for your phone number, there is no registration. Somebody can simply download the app and start talking to it, because our idea is not to reconnect with that user and send them spam emails and then use their data for some other purposes. For whatever purposes we may use their data, we ensure that it is mentioned in the privacy policies and the terms and conditions. And for example, we may be using that data for research purposes. Also, something important to remember is that in any service, the right to data remains with the user. And a WISA user can reset their data anytime and it will not remain anywhere on our system. Another thing is when a person comes and speaks to us in a clinic or via online modalities, they're sharing a lot of PII, which is personally identifiable information or personal health information. And these are all considered sensitive pieces of information. Now, if we are recording sessions or if it's chat-based sessions, all of it is getting saved on the servers. And that can, even if the name is not there, even if the address is not there, we can still trace it back to who that individual is there in the world. So that is why there are laws that are so concerned about user privacy and their safety and security. So what at WISA we have done is for our AI chatbot, we've created models which hashes out any PII. So if you say, I stay here, this is the PIN code, or this is my illness, this is the medication I'm taking, or this is the name of my husband, this is the organization I work for, all these kind of identifiable information are hashed out. And therapists in the team receive in-depth training on information security management. Why should a therapist learn? You know, we can just pick up our iPhones and we can use WhatsApp calls to offer sessions, and we can use Zoom and FaceTimes, etc. But it's important. Why? Because we are all using third-party softwares and we don't know how that data is being used by these third-party softwares. What are the kind of terms and policies they have? So when we choose a partner, for example, we chose Zoom for healthcare because it's HIPAA compliant. And we also had discussions around what else and what other controls we could bring in to preserve the sanctity of the data that we were receiving and how to keep it anonymized. So therapists, because they're actively using these platforms, they offer therapy via text, they get help from AI. But AI helps highlights those texts from users that has PII, and then it is the job of the therapist to hash it out manually, every piece of information. And then there are other controls that are brought in place, but primarily it is this, and then also informed consent. And I will hand it over to Ananya because I think she can also, given she has a doctorate in the area, she'll be able to talk more about it.
Thank you, Smriti. I think you beautifully highlighted the importance of data privacy, which is when we are using like offering mental health services online, that becomes the primary concern. And we have to be so thoughtful about so many things of how to ensure confidentiality and privacy. Some of the other things that we do, which are not so technical, but more in terms of what the kind of steps we can take as individuals, as clinicians, is, for example, for confidentiality aspect, like ethics is primarily about confidentiality, boundary, and documentation, and competence. So for confidentiality, we also first ensure that the client is taking the session in a private space. So we orient them of how the session is going to look like, how the environment is going to look like, whether there will be any distraction or not. We also check whether the client is comfortable with this online space and if there are any glitches happening. Now, like the moment we do online sessions, there will be network issues, there can be glitches, difficulty in joining. So how to resolve that? There is a proper protocol that we follow at ICEIL, and we have a proper SOP which all of us standardly follow in terms of how to orient the client for online sessions, how to check whether they are suitable for online sessions or not. On this note, I also would like to highlight that all sessions or clients are not suitable for online session. There are certain conditions, like somebody who is psychotic or somebody who has significant suicidal ideation. We will not be taking the clients up for online sessions. So we do a proper screening first, and then we orient them. We see whether they are comfortable and suitable for online therapy. And then we go ahead with our sessions, telling them exactly that what to do if there are glitches. Now, there are issues of boundaries, like certain things we don't talk about. And I remember one of my colleagues in Canada, she taught me this, that how important it is to also maintain your distance from the laptop screen. Like, just because it is in a digital space doesn't mean that you're not maintaining that therapeutic frame. So in terms of, how are you placing yourself in front of the laptop? How far are you from the laptop? How are you maintaining eye contact? What is your background like? What are the things you're showing to your client about yourself? How are you presenting yourself? Like, we know that people many a times nowadays are working from home. So if somebody's at the door ringing the bell or your pet comes up, so how are you managing these things that there are no distraction and your laptop digital space is exactly like what your therapeutic office will look like? It's also extremely essential that, maintaining session notes in a secure platform. That is very, very essential, because you are retaining client information. There is sensitive information all the time you're dealing with. Also taking care of, whether you're recording sessions or not. You cannot record a session without the client's consent. Neither the clients record the sessions without your consent. There has to be mutual consent, discussion, and understanding. Then the informed consent form, like you're mentioning, it is exactly as similar as offline sessions, but it is much more detailed, where we spell out very clearly that what is the difference between online and offline sessions, what are the limitations. So informed consent, the term itself says that it has to be an informed choice. So you have to give all the details of, what are they signing up for, what are the limitations, what will be the documentation process like, whether they can step back or not, what will be, how can they approach you in case of an emergency, because there is no clinic as such. It's an online space. So what are the things they do? At ICEIL, we provide them with a list of emergency, like if we have a list of places across India and abroad where they can reach out for emergency. Very importantly, also things like, particularly when it's online, what clients do, they will check upon you, right? They will do a background search, your LinkedIn search, your Facebook search, everything they will check upon you. So you have to be very mindful about what kind of information about yourself also you're placing out, even the pictures. Are you okay and comfortable with sharing your personal pictures on a public platform, which can be accessed by clients? And also ensuring things like, whether the client can access you outside your therapy space. So if they're sending you a LinkedIn request, are you accepting that? So we also have something called a social media policy. So we spell it out very clearly that what are the things the clients can do and how can they approach the therapist outside. Can they at all approach the therapist outside? And if they want to approach the therapist in between session, what is the procedure? Other things, of course, includes competence, which is more of, you need to ask, am I competent enough? Can I really do this delivery? Can this thing be done online? For example, a session like EMDR, which we know it's probably best done when it's done face-to-face. Can we do it online? There are some assessments, all kinds of assessments, psychodiagnostic assessments cannot be done online. So we have at ICEIL, we have a clinical governance board and an ethics board, which continuously reviews and sees what things can be done online and cannot be done online. So I think this is in a nutshell. There's so much more to say when it comes to ethics, but I think in a nutshell, these are the primary areas that we look at.
Indeed, Dr. Nanya, I think in a nutshell, that's the best you can offer, because it can be another series of lectures on just ethics itself. And I would like to, any other comments from anybody who's, because I think ethics is an important piece, and we do have the next question, which is on balancing clinical ethics and business goals. I would actually want it to take it to Dr. Dipali Batra, as well as open it for anybody else who would want to take a stab at answer. Dr. Dipali?
So I think, I don't know what is topic. This topic is very hard. Everybody, we all see very differently. And I think we definitely measure positive benefits of what we are doing. And I think that we are persistent, we are visible, we stay. And I think if we are offering benefits here, profit will automatically. So we don't have to wait for it. We are practicing it. And I actually want to add to what Dr. Mulia said. She said what post. So actually I think that in medicine the client is evaluating us. We are evaluating them less, or we are trying to understand them less, that they are on what we are wearing, who all are in our family, how is our relationship with our family, from which place do we belong to? Are we living in a joint family? But I put on my status, on my Insta, I think everything. What kind of Guruji I follow, what I follow, anything. And I think that because they are constantly evaluating us, and the more neutral we are, the more I think the more we show less of what is happening. So it depends on our personality. Some who want to post a lot of things and who want to share these personal aspects, which is not wrong. But the clients are making certain perceptions, and accordingly they make certain decisions about us or approaching us or not. So I feel that that enters into the ethics line also, because they are making a judgment or they are posting something about us based on how we show ourselves to them. So I think that ethical practice is the only way to have profit, and profit has to be defined. Like you have hours that you can give, like this much of a session, 40-minute session or 1 hour session. 1 session, and how many number of sessions you can take, and how do you charge for those sessions, and would it cover your expense of running an organization? So I think that is where we weigh it accordingly.
Thanks, Dr. Dipali. Dr. Uma, any words of wisdom from you on this particular question on balancing business goals and ethics?
As all of us are talking on ethics, I think 2-3 things I'd like to talk over here. That I do both a hospital practice and I do work with my own organization, and I am also doing a lot of online work. I work for other organizations also. So every time there is a big ethical issue that comes in, because everybody has to be aligned to the same kind of policy that is there. And problems happen when the younger generation, I'm sorry, I'm not against the younger generation, don't take me wrong, but the younger generation, when they talk about these Instagram therapies and XYZ therapies, I think that's where we get into a lot of trouble. And a lot of complaints come in when, therapists behave in that manner or talk, counseling is just like any other thing, don't do that. I think that's where the ethics comes in a bigger role. And what is the aim? What is the goal ultimately? I think COVID taught us a lot. And something that I learned in COVID, I never thought I had the skill to do that in COVID, because when I was asked from a very big organization, it's a multinational organization, and they asked me that one of our guys is suffering and he's in the ICU, and we want you to give him therapy. Now, none of us can move. What kind of therapy am I going to do? Or is it only crisis intervention that I can do? So I did some bit of crisis intervention, got his oxygen levels from way below 50 to about 85 in 5 days. And the next I know that he's gone. So what it does to the therapist also, it is different. Another example is where a child is standing on the ledge of the third floor and wanting to jump from there. And the parent is standing with a iPad and getting me on that iPad. I'm somewhere else. You start wondering that what really are you going to be able to achieve by doing that? So one has to have that vision. What is your aim? Right. So I would just say that one has to be very cautious and keep on working on yourself also, and keep your goals and visions alive.
Agreed. And business goals are not, like you rightly said, it's not just about the finances, it's not just about the earning the profit, as Dr. Dipali also shared. It's beyond that. It's about what are your objectives from the business, from the clinical practice, from the organization? If like I work for an organization, are my goals aligning with their business objectives? If the objective is only to earn money, and that means resorting to unethical practices, claiming yourself to be offering crisis intervention via a certain platform where you cannot offer crisis intervention, or like Dr. Ananya shared that there's a choice that we have to make, and we also have to educate the clients that what platforms are suitable for what kind of work, what kind of therapies, right? So that all becomes a part of the business goal, the business objective for all of us, because I think to sum it up, like Dr. Dipali said, if you're offering it ethically, it may take a bit longer. The journey may be a bit more challenging, but it will last you for a lifetime, and you will be able to then also fulfill the financial business goals that you have from the particular business. Okay. Moving on to our next question, I think something very important was mentioned in the question when we were discussing the motivation, and Dr. Roma and Ananya and Dipali, Ashima, everyone shared that we cannot work by ourselves. Because as one single person, we can only do as much. And how do we touch? And everybody had this aspiration and motivation to reach more lives, to touch more lives, whether it's for the youngsters or it's for the elderly. So when we say collaboration with healthcare providers, could you share examples? So very crisp answers on successful collaborations with other healthcare providers or institutions, and how these partnerships have benefited your own practice and clients. I would ask Dr. Dipali and Ashima to throw some light on this.
So, I've been working in private different I think that this general medical, as I previously also mentioned, made me understand about the form. This given CIP is a complete psychiatric and neurological. So that gives us an understanding of what else can exist. Like, somebody coming with a stomach ache and all ultrasound and endoscopy comes out and test of the same that IBS or anxiety and time is better. Or somebody having chest pain, like during COVID time, I saw the highest number of cases of chest pain. Like, chest pain, they went to the doctor, that time they were not able to go and get ABC done, but having palpitation. So I think that gives us an understanding of how to take, even in oncology, very bad. So an oncologist will come and tell that cancer है take things go down. वो खा नहीं पा रहे हैं या वो फिगर हो रही है या दर्द हो रहा है. It with something related to mental health. Or I saw somebody in ICEIL who was not ready to get his ventilator removed because for 3 months now it was used to be ventilated. Now when the doctor is removing the ventilator, now the psychologist actually there. That the person calm down and work on the anxiety. Where it is an isolated ICU. You have to wear all of that with and everything. So I think that gives me because I think one thing that we have to understand. We are not from biology, we are not from it. So we don't know a lot of biology. And a lot of people feel that if a child is behaving in a particular manner,
it is a behavioral issue or it's a parental issue, whereas it can be purely a physiological also. So I think that teamwork, we can't work without a team. And if I have this assumption that I know it all, or I can stop somebody from coming inside without taking intervention of a psychiatrist, I think I would do that. So I think team approach is important, and all these collaborations can we trust other doctors and understand their feeling. I'm not saying that I am a very good person with that. I still feel I don't know a lot. And so that is why this understanding is important. And I make sure anybody who is taking cases from anywhere in India, the client goes back to his doctor. The client doesn't go, I have it. So it is very clear that I am honest with the doctor who is referring a case to me. The client goes back to him. And then it is his call where he wants to refer the client for the therapy. Because you get all kinds of cases from all different specialties of doctors. Because gradually they understand that the client is having something to be have to refer. But then I think there is a reason to see that there are patients answer that. मेरा पेशेंट अगर ठीक हो गया तो मेरे पास नहीं है ना इससे कॉग्निटिव पास चला गया तो मुझे किसी और के पास नहीं है I thought the highest number of referrals at Burma Hospital when I'm married from different doctors, and yes, it was a good follow-up. My husband also joined population department at Burma Hospital, and then he joined. The number of referrals refused from few doctors. They were very senior, very senior. And I think there may be a fear that I will have to do that because there are skills in the next group. So I think it's a lot of things that are going on everywhere. And so we understand actually that what damage is getting paid there. So, but yes, definitely it helps to understand different professions, different specialties, and how you can work in those. And I think it's so creative, even so vast, that you can work, anywhere wherever you want to work, and it's really delivers a lot of satisfaction.
Like you mentioned, yes, if you want to see the referral concern, professionally, is definitely comes under ethical practice. Referring back the same patient. I have the psychiatrist. Yes, if I end up referring that patient to my husband, definitely it is going to be very unethical of mine. I'm going to do something with the reference. So talking about the collaboration, I would just like to add here about important things. Collaboration with other practitioners, other healthcare practitioners is very important for us to enhance our knowledge, client with a wider perspective, whatever the state required, the state after reviewing with us, sure than that. But many times we end up missing many details when we are trying to work with the child very closely. So there comes a point where cross reference is important. I see a lot of kids with kids need referred to me with episodes of unresponsiveness. Okay, the child is not responding and the body is shaking, the child is having fits. Parents look at it that the child is moving, the patient has referred us to you. So it becomes very important for me that I need to cross-refer that child, just rule out any cancer. I'll just share a very important case when we talk about cross-referral and collaboration with professionals. We had a child case at hospital. The girl was around 30 years old. She was brought up by parents to the ICU with a history of abrupt onset of behavioral issues where she was guiding the doctors also when they were coming and talking. She was admitted in the care. So then I got the referral that the child is not responding and not showing any improvement. So when I intervened in between, she was very anxious talking in front of her parents. Her parents were outside, and what I discovered was that of case of molestation. So here it became very important to write in her verbatim each and every details of the sexual assault, and I had to have a collaboration with the police system, the police station in our area, wherein I had to write the whole history and the report in a sealed envelope and had to refer, I had to send that letter to the police station just to ensure that we have brought this thing to the knowledge of the police. So once the Child Welfare Association tries to get in touch with us, we are safe. So collaboration also happens not only within the clinical setup, it also requires collaboration with people working outside the hospital setting or clinics.
Very well explained, Ashima and Nepali. I can vouch for it because I work for a mental health startup, but the mental health startup is not run by only psychologists. There are people who are technical experts, there are people who are content writers, then there are clinicians. So it's not limited to collaboration with just healthcare providers, but also beyond that. And I think an important point to remember is that we cannot claim to know everything, and we must acknowledge when we need to pause and refer to another professional, and not feel as if we are losing a client, because it's ultimately for the benefit of the client, which should be at the center. Patient-centered care is what we should be offering. And my last question now would be, we are having to cut short, we have a few more interesting questions, but because of the time paucity, we'll just move to the last question is, your learnings very briefly and advice for aspiring clinical entrepreneurs in this room and beyond that, because the session is being recorded, I see. So I think it may be replayed for a wider audience. So beginning with Dr. Noma, very crisply, just your learnings. It's difficult because you have had a very fruitful, very long journey, but your learnings and your advice.
Thanks, Smriti. Very difficult to do that in just 2 sentences, but I'll attempt to do that. Well, the young aspirants first need to see that all of us are not good at clinical work. We cannot say that all of us want to do clinical psychology. So let's look into various other aspects of psychology which are doing very, very well, but a lot of us are not even aware of that. So let's explore, let's learn, and let's get into other areas of psychology. And if you're looking into getting into clinical psychology, I think let's have patience. Patience and the commitment, a devotion, a commitment, because you're going to work with human beings and with human beings who are having problems, who are having trouble. So it's a area that you need to have patience. You need to be looking forward that you will go up the graph, but that's going to be a slow process. Have faith in yourself and don't stop yourself from learning. I'll give you an example. While the COVID, there were so many courses going on. I registered myself for N number of courses, and a lot of people, like Smriti said, a lot of people know me. So when they saw me on that, they said, "Why are you here? We're there to learn from you." I said, "No, I will share with you, and you will share with me." And that's what made me going. So knowledge should not stop. You have to keep on getting on to learning and learn to get on to ethical practices. Last, we will make mistakes. Don't stop yourself, but acknowledge your mistakes, and also, look into the fact that do some responsible behavior. Very important is responsible behavior. Thank you, Smriti. That's the best I could say in 2 sentences.
I think that's your wisdom. Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Ananya.
So I think one of the things that we always ask that, can I do it? When you jump into it, you jump, and then you start thinking, can I do it? So self-doubt is one of the major deterrents. So to all the new entrepreneurs, I can tell you one thing from my experience. Everywhere I've gone, everyone has told me that a mental health startup can be run best by a mental health professional because you understand things which no one else can understand. A business man or a business oriented person will understand how to make profit, how to do the marketing, how to do the sales, and we have people for that. But you just trust yourself that you know it best when you're running, because you are you are the expert there. Within a year of our functioning, we received the Best Women-Led Startup Award from Empresario, which is a global business model competition by IIT Kharagpur. That was a surprise because there were 2,200 startups from whom we started, and we were the top. And I couldn't believe that we could get it. So I think the only thing that I can tell you is that you believe in what you know best, have good intention, and work with a great team. A team is your asset. Like Smriti was saying that, we should not think that I know everything. Everyone has a role to play. After becoming an entrepreneur, I've realized the role of content writers, of operations person, of how to run certain things, technological things, so many new things I'm learning. But don't take all the things upon yourself. Just believe in, I'm an expert in mental health, I'll do it best, I'll run the team, but work towards building a good team. Have faith in yourself, have faith in your vision, and you'll be there. I think that's how we'll summarize it. Thank you.
Very valuable advice. Dr. Rajna?
And just like having as having a clear vision and being passionate about your team and being vigilant and being having a clear vision, your growth, having confidence in yourself. Yes, yourself-belief that yes, I can do it. That's definitely what is important to help you to see as a little and also be resident. Yes, when we are influential, we come across many hardships. So, but be resident and having easy adaptability to the changes when you are working with a business, with a venture. You have good amount of resilience that really talk about good success and that.
Hi, Dr. Rajna.
I see don't try to just in terms. But I'm in a hurry to start work. And I think so we have to realize that if a time is going to somebody and is not getting result because of any reason, but suppose I am the reason, I am his brain, and I was in a hurry, have my cost not counseling. Then the time comes to the trained person or the experienced person saying, even the son is saying, I have to do that experience on now. Now, are we yes, my job, I have to do that. Whatever. So I think that we have to understand that the era in which we are currently in this context, people check out the credit. There is a plethora of information, read about safety, read about things, variety, everything they come with all the information, so what extra can I follow? I would suggest that we should not be in a hurry. Start practicing, we have to be in a hurry to have more exposure, more internships. As much as you can, because any exposure is less exposure. And I think that as AI has now entered already, so the only edge that we may have is we want the unconditional positive regard, the non-judgmental approach. And I think with more and more exposure, you can achieve that because pursuing a course is different and having a skill is different. And you can have the skill with exposure, and practice. What should we share your learnings also?
I think a lot of it has been shared by the dignitaries, my very valued mentors and colleagues here. What I would like to say is something that I'll carry forward from Dr. Roma said, that we have many more skills as a person from our own traits. We have many more skills from the other things that we are learning on the side, the technology, social media. I think as youngsters, I see my daughters, they're pro at social media. They give me better Instagram hashtags than I can imagine for myself. So I think there are these skills that you are learning naturally, and the risk-taking appetite. If even if it's a job, like I'm still in a job, I still haven't dared to set up a venture of my own. But I shifted tracks after I was 30, 35, right? It was very late. So a lot of patience, believing in yourself that I can do this. I have the knowledge that I need for this. I have the skills. If not, maybe I will learn on the job. So there are things we don't know, but we know only when we take a deep dive into it or we dive into it. And it's your life, it's your journey. You pace it. My journey cannot be your journey. When you step on and you start walking, you will realize how fast you want to be, how slow you want to be, what are the tools you want to avoid, what are the detours you want to take. And there's no judging yourself in the first place. No judging yourself at all. Because the minute you start judging yourself, whether you're an employee, whether you're an entrepreneur, that sets the stage for a downward spiral. So allow for mistakes, like Dr. Roma said, I think everybody else also said, there will be hardships, there will be challenges, but stay true to your values. Don't define your journey on the basis of anybody else's journey. Get inspired, but no comparisons. And expand. The AI is not going to take our jobs, but we need to upskill.
A big round of applause for thank you so much for this panel discussion with all the panelists offline and online that we have. I would like, if there is any questions that the audience has, we take one question. If anybody has a question.
Fantastic, we've been successful there.
My question is a lot about what we say at the end. That is a lot of fear about that AI might take our jobs, right? So a lot of fear about what AI is coming out and how we as future psychologists, future medical psychologists can use that to our advantage instead of being fearful of.
AI is only going to augment our work, right? We are the ones who will train AI. In my organization, I am the one who trains the AI, who builds the guardrails for what the AI will say when a user says I'm low, I'm feeling upset, I'm feeling angry. I am the one who's training with, of course, the team to identify feeling states, differentiating them. And the generative AI has come in, ChatGPT, we all know, our new best friend. But that also needs training, or it will remain like a Google to ask questions and get responses from. And I am right now taking up a course in UX designing and learning to give prompts to AI, because I always want to be 1,000 steps ahead of the AI, because I am the one who's going to train it as a psychologist. And if you truly believe it, it cannot replace. It cannot replace the human touch.
Absolutely. I don't think so. Human touch is going anywhere. We are humans and we would require that. And we have to train AI as well as get trained into AI. That's the future that we have to look up to. And I think there have been a lot of e-learnings from all this deliberation and discussion that has taken place. Thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing their experiences and knowledge. Dr. Roma Kumar, Dr. Ananya Mittal, Dr. Smriti Joshi, Dr. Ashima Srivastav, and Dr. Dipali Bhagna. Thank you. We are missing Dr. Roma and Ananya here physically, but we'll be facilitating the people present over here, the dignitaries present right now. We'll start with token of appreciation for our chairperson. A big round of applause for her. Can I request Rashmi ma'am to please come and facilitate? आगे आ जाओ। And as a token of gratitude that I'm always providing. Can I request Dr. Joshi and Dr. Pandamam to facilitate Dr. Ashima Srivastav, our distinguished speaker? A big round of applause, please. Can I request all the participants, all the speakers, Dr. Bali Bajrao as well? Symbol of prosperity and love from Amity University, the Tulsi plant. Thank you so much. And we are highly missing Dr. Rushi, who is the director and HOI of IPAS. This whole panel discussion and the whole composition of panelists was her idea, and we are highly missing her right now over here due to some health concerns. She couldn't join us. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you our panelists online as well as offline. Thank you very much. With this, we close this session. Thank you. And now we have a formal vote of thanks, which we generally always have at the end of the session. We would like to thank as a whole IPAS department, our founder president, sir. He's been the guiding light for all of us. His inspiration, his ideas and his motivation has always helped us. Along with that, our heartfelt gratitude for our Chancellor, sir, as well as Vice Chancellor, madam, whose documents have helped us. Their guidance and motivation helps us strive for the better learning all the time and creating the environment for the students for better discussions and deliberations. This particular conference has been Dr. Vice Chancellor Ma'am's brainchild as well, and we are highly thankful for giving us this opportunity. I would like to thank all the people involved in this conference who have made it convenient for us to conduct this session for our students as well as discuss this such a relevant topic. Thank you, everybody. Last but not the least, if I'm missing out on the support staff that has been helping us, thank you. Thank you to the IT department as well as all the support staff. And a big thank you to all the audience for being here and really making it a successful discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Only four. The chairs, chairs. Yes, sir. No. Chair, chair. And then listen. Yeah. The people over
तो इसमें दिख रहा है यूट्यूब पे लाइव है। यार इतनी स्पीड
Dear students, kindly occupy the chairs in the front. Kindly occupy the chairs in the front. Your students, please inform the rest of the classmates also to join in here on an urgent basis. We will be starting off with the session very, very soon. Our guests are having an interaction with Vice Chancellor ma'am. So we'll take only a couple of minutes and then we'll be starting.
By the come back in like 10 minutes. Starving water हो रहा है यहाँ पे.
मैंने सुबह से कुछ नहीं खाया, I swear.
I swear.
Maybe has sailing in the sea.
10 minutes. Not longer than that. Bags छोटी लगी है क्या हुआ? Not be ready.
Not good. Class के time पे बोलते थे shut the loud. I swear. Students, please occupy the chairs in the front.
Discussion on moderation.
Good afternoon to our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected faculty colleagues, and our bright students. I, Samiksha Jain, truly delighted to welcome you all to the 5th edition of International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, Leadership, ICEIL 2023. This prestigious event is being organized by Amity University, Uttar Pradesh every year
and it's honored to have you all here. Our theme for ICEIL 2023 is Next Gen Tools and Strategies for Business Growth in Industry 5.0. It's a theme that encapsulates the rapid evolution of industry and the dynamic strategies required for success in this ever-changing landscape. The primary aim is to explore the next generation tools and strategies that will drive business growth in Industry 5.0. The session primarily focuses on entrepreneurial opportunities in media sector. The media sector, in today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, offers plethora of entrepreneurial opportunities. With the advancement of technology, presence of traditional media has transitioned to multi-platform. There has never been more exciting time to innovate and carve out niches in the dynamic industry. Whether it's content production, distribution, marketing, or technology solution, entrepreneurs can leverage their creativity and expertise to thrive in the media sector's ever-expanding ecosystem. With that, it gives me immense pleasure in introducing you all to our esteemed panel today. I feel privileged to introduce our very first guest, who's also the session chair, Mr. Pradeep Suri, who's a journalist turned entrepreneur. With over 20 years of experience in active journalism and the internet industry, Pradeep sir has left an indelible mark across major multimedia platforms, web, mobile, television, newspapers, and radio. Notably associated with esteemed names like CNN IBN, NewsX, Dainik Bhaskar, C News, Alibaba, and QApp, Pradeep sir has showcased his versatile experience. Recently, venturing into the entrepreneurial world, he has launched a food truck business and is on the brink of unveiling a new e-commerce app under the Startup India program. Sir conducted insightful debates and chat shows on health, earning invitations as a guest speaker from NDTV, Doordarshan, Lok Sabha TV, and Rajya Sabha TV. Sir's interests extend beyond journalism. As a felicitator for UNICEF, he trained journalists for public health, health reporting, and served as a lead mentor for the Thomson Reuters Foundation, drafting courses for health journalism. Notably, he has been a recipient of prestigious fellowships showcasing his commitment to health and society. Our next guest is Mr. Amit Dubey. Sir is a distinguished figure in the world of business development and non-profit consultancy. With over 9 years of experience in both for-profit and non-profit sectors, Sir's commitment to unlock the potential of organization is unrivaled. He firmly believes in the power of strategic planning, team support, and timely decisions to drive remarkable achievement and secure funding. His awards and recognitions include business development and customer relation management, underscore his exemplary track record. He has played a pivotal role in building some of the world's largest cricket stadiums, showcasing his ability to undertake and manage large-scale projects. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Piyush Kulshrestha, an industry veteran and former founder and CEO of Loktantra Media Tech Private Limited. Brings over 2 decades of leadership experience in digital, e-commerce, and telecom domains. A skilled expert in customer relations, team management, and strategic planning, he has also founded and led DigiLife Technologies Private Limited. With a strong educational foundation in marketing and economics, his insights and expertise continue to make a significant mark in the industry. He is currently associated with Link Education as a Link Fellow and exemplifies a blend of entrepreneurial spirit and dedication to education and technology. With that, may I now request Pradeep sir to take the session ahead.
Thank you so much. Students specifically, I don't know what is the proposition, but I think on the left-hand side there are a lot of students who are hanging with each other and possibly at the back side there are like this. This is one of the good opportunity, and I'm damn sure that then you will actually leave this hall after this very fruitful discussion. You will actually end up with the the clarity more into the this not only the direction good, but how actually there are a lot of transformations which are actually happening. So I'll actually start with a very small note where I will actually talk about my own experience with the journalism and this part and how things are happening, and then I'll take this Mr. Gupta and because for the last I think 5.5 years I've spent a lot of time in the internet business. So I know how Coolcake is actually doing right now. I'm doing all the R&D related to Coolcake and why it's so much. At the very same time, Mr. Abhinur is, you feel that with business development is challenge in the industry. At the very same time, there are a lot of possibilities and lot of opportunity for the students like all of you. That how as a journalist or as a any stream, when you are actually completing your some kind of experience and how you can also become a sort of business development officer only sometime. Because if you are actually selling your stories, that is also PD. When you are going and asking for the stories, that is also PD. And how PD is actually the integral part of all of you, no matter whether you are sometimes recognizing it or not. So let me start my own experience with the journalism. I think few days back in our new startup, which is called Next Food, one of the very prominent food journalists from Times of India, and he was asking me, "यार ये जीवन बिना समझ नहीं आते कि पत्रकारिता करने में क्या होगा?" And random I was studying your journalism or your journalism can be your journey, but cannot be a destiny. And this is the thing which sometimes you confuse in between. And हमारे कई सारे friends हैं, in fact हमारे बगल में नाम है या बाकी कई लोगों को पहचान पा रहा हूँ. They were all in journalism first, and then वो सारे के सारे categories बनाए, and you never know कि आपके पास इस category के बाद कई सारे लोग आपको और भी किसी लगा कर मिलेंगे. So students जब ये सब चीजें देखते हैं तो मेरे को यही लगता है कि आप predictability के साथ नहीं चल सकते हैं. मुझे लगता है कि आप जब कोई भी करें, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप कर रहे हैं जर्नलिज्म कर रहे हैं या फिर आज के डेट में आप लोगों में से कितने लोग विवेक बिंद्रा का नाम जानते हैं? किसी ने विवेक बिंद्रा का नाम, आई एम श्योर आपको कई लोगों ने सुना. तो मुझे या हमारे इस पैनल में किसी को भी आपको बिजनेस का कोई ज्ञान देने की जरूरत नहीं. बेस्ट पार्ट है जब भी आप इंस्टाग्राम खोलते हैं, जब भी आप शॉर्ट्स खोलते हैं, तो आपको रियल टाइम में बहुत सारा ज्ञान मिलता है. तो अदर पैनलिस्ट मुझे बोला गया कि आप कोई पीपीटी लेकर आइए, तो मेरे को लगा कि ये बहुत ही ट्रेडिशनल टाइप का एक उसमें 4 स्लाइड दिखा के और आपको कोड करने से कुछ मतलब नहीं. ये कॉन्वर्सेशन होना चाहिए ताकि जब आपको सेशन को यहाँ छोड़ के जाएंगे तो आपके लिए फायदा. तो एक स्टार्टअप की बात की जाती है तो मैं 2-3-4 पॉइंट्स की बात करूँ. बहुत सिंपल आपको कि स्टार्टअप आजकल एक नया टर्म हो गया. कोई भी कुछ करता है, कोई चाय की दुकान खोल लेता है तो कोई स्टार्टअप कहता है, कोई ठेला बोलता है वो स्टार्टअप. और मैं बीच में रील्स देख रहा था जिसमें एक उसने यूपीएससी सोने वाला टाइप कुछ कर रहा था. दैट वाज वेरी फनी वन कि आदमी मतलब किसी भी चीज को स्टार्ट कर रहा है, लेकिन इट इज नॉट स्टार्टअप. आप जर्नलिज्म से आ रहे हैं, इट मींस कि आपके पास सोसाइटी को समझने का, सोसाइटी को जानने का और रियलिटी को जो सबसे पहले आइडेंटिफाई करते हो आप लोग. तो जब आप किसी भी बिजनेस में जाते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि आप दूसरों से ज्यादा बेहतर कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल मेरे पास फूड बिजनेस का कोई एक्सपीरियंस है, बट फूड बिजनेस में मैंने शुरू किया तो एवरी सेकंड डे पीपल आर कमिंग एंड आस्किंग फॉर फ्रेंचाइजी. क्या फ्रेंचाइजी दे दीजिए, आप इंस्टाग्राम भरे हुए फ्रेंचाइजी. लेकिन आप इस बात को मानते हैं कि फूड बिजनेस में बहुत बेसिक चीज है जो जर्नलिज्म के साथ है. आप रियलिटी को जानते हैं और मैंने रियलिटी ये जाना कि मेरे लोकेलिटी में अच्छा साउथ इंडियन है. आप साउथ इंडियन के साथ आपने ये देखा कि लोगों को एक अच्छा हाइजीन फूड प्रैक्टिस से नहीं मिलती है. एंड देन जो कॉन्सेप्ट उस डिजाइन को हमने बनाया, हमने ट्रांसपेरेंट बनाया लाइक जर्नलिज्म. क्या ट्रांसपेरेंट है, इट शुड बी मोर कम्युनिकेटिव देन एनीथिंग. और अगर आपका कम्युनिकेशन अच्छा है तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा है. और वही वजह है जिस वजह से आप देखते हैं कि असली इंट्रोवर्ट जैसे लोग आपसे बात करते हैं, आप क्यों असली इंट्रोवर्ट से इतने कनेक्ट हो पाते? रीजन ये वो एकदम आपके लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं, वो आपको एकदम सिंपल बात बताता है जिससे आपको समझ में आता है और आपको पूरा देखने को मिलता है। कई बार ये भी सब जब एकेडमिक्स की सारी चीजें बताते हैं एकेडमिक्स, तो आप ये देखिए कि उनमें कई सारी चीजें बड़ी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सी होती है, कई बार वो बहुत भारी भरकम शब्दों के साथ होता है और वो इतना घुमा के होता है कि शायद आपको लगता है ये सीधे भी तो बताया जा सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि यही अपनी बात खत्म करूँ, आगे हम लोग कॉन्वर्सेशन करेंगे, आप लोग अपने क्वेश्चन पूछिए और इसके बाद मैं दूसरे जी के पास जाना चाहूंगा। लगभग 20 साल का एक्सपीरियंस आपने ये भूल गया। आप जस्ट अगर आप हमारे जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पे लोग आए हैं, बाय द वे मैं आपको बता दूं कि खुल के इस वक्त इस मार्केट के सबसे प्रॉमिसिंग है आप जैसे हैं और आप लोगों को उसके बारे में पता नहीं होगा, लेकिन वो प्लेस दोनों में अवेलेबल है और इतना इंटरेस्टिंग कि मुझे लगता है आपको बहुत सारी चीजें हेल्पफुल भी होंगी। तो यहाँ से हम शुरू करते हैं स्टार्टअप और जर्नलिज्म देन स्टार्टअप, और उसमें जो सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये होता है कि जब आप स्टार्टअप के लिए जाते हैं तो आप स्टार्टअप का आइडिया को लेकर आ जाते हैं, पर सबसे बड़ा सवाल हर आदमी के दिमाग में होता है कि फंडिंग कहाँ से आएगी और उसका रेवेन्यू जनरेशन कहाँ से होगा स्टार्टअप। या
I just, first of all, I think, thank you everybody for having me. I always kind of really enjoy when I'm with the youngsters, reminds me of my own 20 years back, 25 years back. I miss the full energy, that we have when we're younger. I'm here essentially today, this is the whole idea of entrepreneurship, especially from the media. Are you okay with thinking about you want English or you want both? Both. Very good. So, when company policy, I always wanted to be never. And I thought of so many lectures. I think 1996, I remember, internet was new. हमारे टाइम में उसमें डायलर कनेक्शन होता था, I don't know how many. क्या टेलीफोन लाइन होती थी और टेलीफोन को एक मॉडल से कनेक्ट करके और फिर हम कॉल करते थे आगे पे। See that I remember. I was thinking that will come and t-shirts and this and that and everything will be so long. Either to Amazon and all such e-commerce centers in one. So at that time it was a very new thought. I remember back then I usually I don't not necessarily go to offices and a lot of things will happen. But I was only thinking. I was not active. I was not thinking I was there. Even thought ideas. Then, as I was growing, I was really jogging. While I was really jogging, I was also doing my MBA. MBA pass करने के बाद I thought, maybe I should have a radio station. Maybe I should, maybe find an investor, as he said, he will take one. So I thought maybe I can find an investor who can help me buy out all the time all of them. And I know exactly what kind of programming we should do. So I went to ICEIL Ventures. And I said, I have an idea about this to you. I had no idea what the pitch is. Nothing. Even though I was something I can do, that is not something about this. Startup culture is not established working. I didn't do mine. We're talking about 2000, 2001. I went and I said to venture manager, not idea. They said, we have a product idea. We will give you $7 million. But we give it to you 6 months after the private guys start. This was the first time I pitched an idea. I just keep in my head. That I didn't go anywhere, the private realizations, the launch were delayed. I had a girlfriend to look after back then. But it was very difficult for me to wait that long. I took up a job and I started. So this journey just went on. finally, where we stand today, I decided that India का अपना खुद का social media platform होना चाहिए, है ना? आप में से कितने लोगों ने चंद्रयान देखा? कितने लोगों को मजा आया कि यार इंडिया मून पे पहुंचे, right? Of US went to moon in 1969. There are two other countries that have gone to moon. Why is it that we were interested and we felt so proud when India also went on? Can you tell me? It is something different. It is the same thing but differently. All right. So I'm sure a lot of you have many such answers. But India का है, कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं है जो दूसरा कंट्री कर रही है और हम नहीं कर सकते, है ना? How many of you think कि अगर हम रेंट के मकान में रह रहे हैं, तो इस चीज़ में रेंट के मकान में रहना चाहिए? और कितना को लगता है कि अगर हम आज रेंट के मकान में रह रहे हैं, तो कब मकान लगता है ना ऐसे? नेचुरल थॉट है। तो फिर एक बार मुझे चीज मांग के अपन जो सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म, अरे 33 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर का हमारा देश है, 140 करोड़, we have 7 religions and nearly 300 spoken languages. Yeah, इससे ज्यादा तो लगे ना होंगे. 75 years we have been independent, and we had all sorts of stuff, diets, this, that, everything. But countries' growth is not stop now. We are growing. You'll always hear your parents tell you, हमारे ज़माने में हम 1 वीक चलते थे, 5 वीक चलते थे स्कूल जाते. Today, I think everything is so different. Today you are celebrating Chandrayaan, right? This country is growing. हमारे यहाँ से बोलते हैं कि मुझे बोलने की आजादी नहीं है, वो भी प्रोटेस्ट है. और हम सबको पता चल जाता है कि उस आदमी को बोलने की आजादी नहीं है. ऐसा होता है ना? So the point is कि इस कंट्री से ज्यादा डेमोक्रेटिक ट्रेडिशन को संभालने वाला नहीं है. Second, therefore, हमारे पास इतना सारा टेक टैलेंट है, तो बहुत सारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, 20 years old है. We are not even there. Why are we? It's great. कि हमारे लोग में बड़ी टेक कंपनीज में सीईओ हैं, प्रॉपर्ली ओनरशिप हमारी नहीं है. हमारे पास अपना इंटेल है, अपना आईबीएम है, अपना गूगल है, नहीं वैसे ही अपना फेसबुक भी नहीं है, अपना खुद का सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म भी नहीं है, वो बंद है. और इंडिया सेंट्रिक सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म है अपने आप में, राइट? So with that point of view, I started my journey. But the bigger thing to learn was like steps. I worked for it. I took an action this time. तो entrepreneurship का सबसे पहला लेसन ये है कि आइडियाज को अपने माइंड में नहीं रखना है, उसको डेवलप करके पहला स्टेप लेना है. इतना भी परफेक्शन की नेसेसिटी नहीं है. When you take your first step, you will start learning on your own. Okay. Another thing I learned is need gap. Need gap analysis is most important. जरूरत है क्या? अभी नेशनल प्राइड है वो किसी जरूरत है क्या मार्केट की चीज? So when I do the round, I feel कि जितना भी मार्केट बन रहा है, how many of you agree that 1% people can make movies and 99% fortune? Yeah, agree. 99% will not make movies. Only 1% will watch. आज तो हम सब बना रहे हैं. तो ये टेक्स्ट, ये ऑडियो में, ये वीडियो में जो बोलने की आजादी है, या अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करने की आजादी है, ये पहले प्रिविलेज होती थी. इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती थी. कोई अखबार निकालता था, कोई रेडियो, कोई ऑडियो, टेलीविजन चैनल, इसलिए इसमें अभी पावर सबके पास आ गई. अब सबके पास आ गई ना हो रही तो फोटो, राइट? यू कैन मेक अ वीडियो, नाउ व्हाट यू डू विद इट? तो आप जो कर सकते हैं वही करेंगे. अभी तक उसकी यूजेज बड़ी इनोसेंट और नॉर्मल लेवल कैसे हम थोड़ा सॉन्ग डांस कर लेते हैं, थोड़ा एक्सरसाइज करके दिखा देते हैं, इस चीज का रिव्यू कर देते हैं, कोई टूर एंड ट्रैवल, कोई फूड रिव्यू, कोई फूड रेसिपी, दैट इज वेरी इट इज। उसमें बहुत सारा ऐसा कंटेंट भी बनता है which ideally we don't want to watch with other friends or other families. Yeah? बहुत सारा ऐसा कंटेंट है थोड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्टिंग है, तो मुझे लगा अब एक टाइम आ गया इसको यूज केस में शार्प ये नीड है, मतलब की बातें नहीं होती, मतलब की बातें सुननी, आप यहाँ क्लास में बैठे हैं, रोज यहाँ तो जो हम मस्ती बातें कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपकी जो रेगुलर क्लास चल रही है तो मतलब की बात सीखने के लिए आप वहां पर सुन लेते हैं, आगे कैसे आपको सुनाएंगे तो भी ऐसे, तो नीड क्या हमने अपने तरीके से ढूंढा, आप लोग जो भी अपना मेंशन करके सोचेंगे आगे, फाइंड योर ओन नीड। Without need gap, any idea will not work. एक बच्चों की दुकान भी होती है, वो उस जगह रहती है जहाँ पे ग्राहक होता है, ईद है, ग्राहक नहीं है, जरूरत नहीं है, और वहाँ रेगिस्तान में दुकान खोल देंगे कैसे चलेगी? नीड गैप एनालिसिस इज नेक्स्ट थिंग। जहाँ तक फंडिंग का क्वेश्चन है, इंडिया में I think the venture funding environment is only becoming stronger. Back in 2000, we had difficulties. People had bad experiences. .com boom, I think. और .com boom में .com bust जब हुआ, lot of people lost. क्यों? सीख रहे थे ना सब लोग कि इंटरनेट यूज कैसे करता है. लेकिन today, with so many ventures and so many unicorns happening, see, technology will be the key driver. So I think whatever you're thinking of, my suggestion is to think how you can implement technology. So these are, I think, few. We can go on and on, but we have time for discussion, and we will have a discussion. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And shortly, सर वेबसाइट में जितने लोग हैं वो अच्छे से सुन रहे होंगे, क्योंकि वही सबसे ज्यादा फोकस रहता है किसी चीज पर कि मेरा ओन एक्सपीरियंस भी है, और मैं जनरली सामने नहीं देखता हूँ, मैं पीछे देखता हूँ कि क्या हम कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं। एनीवे, स्टूडेंट लाइफ में तो वही सारी चीजें चलती रहती। नेक्स्ट हमारे स्पीकर अभी दो जी हैं, और इस तरह से बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट की बात हो रही थी। एक आप लोगों को, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा वर्ड है जो मुझे लगता है कि जब मैं अलीबाबा के लिए किया था, एंड दैट वाज अ चाइनीज कंपनी, और मुझे पता नहीं था कि ये करना क्या, बट एक इंटरनेट फास्ट बेसिक टाइम में जब दुनिया दौड़ रही है और आप इतनी बड़ी कंपनी में आप काम कर रहे हैं, तो दिमाग में रहता है कि हाई सैलरी देते हैं, और सबसे ज्यादा मेरे ख्याल से सैलरी ईडी वालों को मिलती है किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट में। तो इसीलिए आप लोगों को जानना इसलिए जरूरी है कि अमित जी जो है वो क्या बेहतर काम कर रहे हैं, और वो एक क्या एक ऐसा कंपोनेंट है जिसको कभी आपने रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं किया। जैसे अभी कुछ चीज बात बताएंगे कि हम सोचते थे कि 1% लोग क्रिएटर होते हैं, बाकी सारे देखने वाले, बट आज ऐसी दुनिया हो गई है कि हर आदमी कंटेंट क्रिएट करता है, चाहे वो आप टाइप करें, चाहे वीडियो बनाएं, चाहे डिस्कशंस करें या रील्स बनाएं, सब उसका पार्ट है। उसी तरह से बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट भी एक ऐसी चीज है जो कि कभी आपने रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं किया अपनी लाइफ में, बट आप देखेंगे कि शायद आप कभी भी बीडी कर रहे हैं, हम लोग शॉर्ट फॉर्म बीडी कहते हैं, लेकिन अमित जी first of all, thank you so much for this all this, and thank you so much, students. I just want to understand from your side how many entrepreneurs so just raise your hand. Entrepreneur कौन बनना चाहता है, इसको एक चीज है कि entrepreneur बनना है. You raise your hand. Please let me know why you would like to do the kind. आप entrepreneur बनना क्यों? So the unless you are not really good work, so you always stuck something. So I believe that why आप entrepreneur बनना क्यों चाहते हैं? Are you solving a problem? Are you giving some solution to a particular problem? If you are doing this, then sir already mentioned कि यहाँ पे जो need analysis करनी है, तो ये करनी है कि what kind of problems people are facing. I'm always using a code. Either you make a solve a problem that works per million, so you will get 4, to solve a 1 billion problem of working of 1 billion. So you will have. So these are the things that people can start to think. Now I come to the first part, that's a mindset. This set is the second part, first part is that mindset. Now I want to become an entrepreneur. So what kind of the skills I need to add it? What the things that I love to do? So you start with that particular things. So you understand this mindset itself drive you. Itself help you to achieve a more. And here I learned one beautiful thing which I can share with all of you. That always connect your dots. I always try to connect the three dots. The first dot would be what the one thing that you love to आपको क्या चीज करने में मजा आता है मतलब वो ऐसी क्या चीज है जिसमें आपको कभी भी रात को भी आगे बोले देना तो ये करना है so second dot would be that are you develop this skills whatever you want to do and third as sir already mentioned find the need the market requirements that particular problem through your skills through your passion and market requirements. Once you connect these three dots, it should be your indicator. You have that word indicator. It's kind of find your own passion. When you start to find your own passion, that's you a lot. It's your own value, it's your own particular fundamental, which helps you to drive your career. And as I already mentioned, I had one more thing. Think, act, and communicate. Think, act, and communicate. Once you start to think, मैं सोचता हूँ कि मुझे बहुत सारा पैसा मिलता है. Okay, everybody wants to earn money. Yes, no. Hello, good morning. What is here? Okay, alright. Okay. So everybody wants to earn money. Yes, no. Is that? Okay. So what kind of action you do? So you need to do that, you know. What kind of action? And once you take the action, are you motivating those people? Those facing that kind of a problem? If yes, it will be for prevention. And here I would like to add as this condition. Business development, medium. Everybody think about it. Business development is a part of the sales. I strongly believe this is not the life statement. Believe me, this is not the life statement. I was a part of that earliest largest stadium in South Africa. I was that part of that bullet project, the first bullet project in India. So I understand business development is not only the sales part. It's a part of your account development, it's part of your equipment development, it's part of your communication development, it's part of your each and every accounts plan in the business. So when it's combined with your customer relationship management was strong, so the single customer will retain all this. So these are the fundamentals that I believe, and I hope these things will help you to enhance your. That's it from my side. Yeah, you want to.
Well, I was just connecting the practical people to the evidence. There was a thought process that's been going on. I would like to uphold the first thing that Pradeep was actually. Why is it so, or how come it's so easy for a journalist to go for this? This is first and foremost, we are blessed. Because you know the society you are. They connect you to the theory that we all learn journalism. Somebody who wants to be a journalism because you want to be the heart of society, the one who knows the pulse of aspiration of society, struggle of the society, and the potential of society. And this is where I think with our eminent practitioner mentioned that you have a degree, then you know how to go about it. And the second quality, which has been mentioned, that transparency. I think we had put the other is when Pradeep mentions this, they can understand that that is where easily you earn the trust of your recipients, your audience, and so on. This is very important for anything to be successful. I speak for the theory. I can speak about journalism. Not so much of being a journalist. So much. I read and read. I dialogued different types of people, the downtown and middle class, and other and across India. So I know the pulses of people. When I say something, I know that I mean it. I can feel how the people feel it. And that's where again you mentioned when it is mentioned that when you take the idea and you take the media, you are learning in your theory, in your research very much. You will identify the gap, the need for your study. And exactly that, because you transfer that into eventual again. I'm trying to make it the next. Yes, exactly that you focus your activities with your dream, you connect, and it's going to be new thing. The other thing which I would love is that we want to be different. I repeat to tell my students, communication or journalism is not just being in front of the camera or behind the camera. And the potentials are enormous. And the future is that the new ventures, what more a journalism grounded or communication grounded person cannot be. These are the examples here, 1, 3 of them here. We had 2 more people to join and personally someone true, but if they are earned to be someone, this is a new venture. So get frightened to experiment something. And they allow you to have something of our own. It is your own. That is what's making you as a difference, contribute to our own country as from the communication perspective. And it is a communication very much that links everyone, everything, what you think, what you practice, what you perceive. The only point is the communication. Just think of the communication as power to be an entrepreneur. That is enormous. And that is where I just hope that this session will take us to ahead with further concerns that your aspiration survey, again what you should say. Your aspiration survey, you must have filled something, but are you able to think differently? Think differently, what is traditionally everyone do? Do you have something new? It's the same question we ask asking journalism. So every day you have a story. Do you have something different and something new? That is where here again, simply link your entrepreneurship. You look around and see what is the new thing you start searching for. You feel that yes, you can do something new and different. If India can land in the backwards in a different manner, different way, and so many of our people can do something that you can also do. I challenge myself with my brother challenge student like this now. No, my brother is 12 years old. He gave me recently his service. I don't think anything to this year. Challenge student. So many can do it. You can also do it. And this 19-year-old just completing my so many can do it. You can also do it. I still keep it with me and challenge me myself. So many can do it. I can also. This is the thought process I wanted to put it forward to you. Thank you.
अब हम थोड़ा सा जैसे तो थोड़ा मुझे जो बेसिक ऐसे क्वेश्चन जो आपने क्वेश्चन मैं आपका पूछता लेकिन उससे पहले हम कुछ ऐसे चीजें जानना चाहते हैं कि अगर आप मतलब इतनी कोई भी नहीं है कि नींद आ रही है दोस्तों को लेकिन बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज ये है कि जर्नलिज्म से क्या प्रेडिक्ट आप जा सकते हैं आप में से कितने लोग जानते हैं डिटेल्स के बारे में बैक साइड में इस तरफ करली टेल्स जानते हैं तो शर्मा ओके आपने टीवीसी के कई सारे देखे हुए कई सारे हैं आप इन्फ्लुएंसर जानते हैं आजकल मार्केट में इन्फ्लुएंसर्स क्या होते हैं ये सारे लोग हैं कौन इनमें से जो सबसे ज्यादा हाईएस्ट सक्सेसफुल लोग हैं वो सारे के सारे जर्नलिज्म बैकग्राउंड इन्होंने पहले जर्नलिज्म किया और आप देख रहे हो मतलब कम्युनिकेशन में फॉर एग्जांपल आप पीआर में जाएंगे आप एडवर्टाइजमेंट में जाएंगे स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग में जाएंगे फिर राइटिंग में जाएंगे आप कई चीजें करेंगे बट आपके पास एक अच्छी चीज ये है कि आज तक किसी कोई एक कीमत नहीं थी अब उसकी कीमत है आपको पता है इंस्टाग्राम में कब से एक पोस्ट डालने के मिलेंगे कोई आइडिया एनी गेस 3 से 35 हो गया और कोई भी कैसे कपिल देव का एक पोस्ट कितने का होता है विराट कोहली का काफी होता है कितना ओके लास्ट ईयर वर्ल्ड कप में व्हेन आई वाज रीडिंग पूरा मैंने वहां पे कपिल देव से बात की उसने एक पोस्ट डालेगा 50 लाख रुपए 50 लाख रुपए फॉर वन पोस्ट he will post only to जो भी छोटा मोटा सा डालेगा इंडिया जीतेगी हारेगी कुछ भी बुरा नहीं करेगा एक पोस्ट डालेगा 50 लाख रुपए एकदम सूखा टका कोई नहीं बचेगी सीधा हाँ आप जिस इंडस्ट्री में है एंड नाउ इसके बाद देयर आर मल्टीपल प्रोडक्ट्स बेस्ट पार्ट आई थिंक यू सी विल एग्री इसका कंडीशन विल एग्री और चलिए आप मैं आपको बहुत सिंपल बता रहा हूँ आज से पहले जर्नलिज्म का इतना बुरा हाल था कि आप अगर कम्युनिकेशन करेंगे फॉर एग्जांपल आप एडवर्टाइजमेंट में जाते हैं कोई दुख नहीं आप मीडिया में जाते हैं आप फंस जाते हैं पॉलिटिक्स में फिर कभी कांग्रेस आपको करती है कभी बीजेपी और फिर कभी 14 लोगों को ब्लैकलिस्ट भी कर दिया उन्होंने तो जर्नलिज्म का इतना बुरा हाल है कि आप जिस तरफ को रहेंगे उस तरफ से गाली भी खाएंगे करेक्ट और एडवर्टाइजमेंट पीआर में उतना पैसा है नहीं जो एक समय तक लगता था कि होगा बट एज ए कम्युनिकेटर आपके पास इतने सारे अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं और आज आप जिस जनरेशन में हैं जैसे मैं भी आपके इसमें से जानने से बात कर रहा था तो उसमें बता रहा था कि आप लोगों के पास इस समय में जर्नलिज्म में एक अच्छी चीज है कि कम्युनिकेशन में कि आप जब यहाँ से निकल के जाएंगे तो आपको किसी की गुलामी करने की जरूरत नहीं है आप अगर छोड़ के अपने यूट्यूब चैनल भी कमाते हैं आप अगर किसी के लिए कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी करते हैं तभी कमाते हैं आप घर में बैठ के एक मोबाइल के साथ भी कमाते हैं possible and that way very quick दो तीन छोटे मोटे क्वेश्चन जो मैं अपने बाकी कलीग से आपके लिए चाहता हूं फिर आपके क्वेश्चन दूंगा तो ये है कि सर यूजुअली अगर जनरल मान लीजिए कम्युनिकेशन अच्छा है साल भर बाद उसको लगता है कि वो ये नहीं करना चाहता एक जो सबसे बड़ा सवाल होता है कि पढ़ने का होता है उसके बाद आइडिया होता है और उससे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि जो आइडिया सही है तो ये मेंटर्स को अगर किसी को चाहिए हो या मान लीजिए जैसे कोई बिजनेस करना चाहता है ये आइडिया का प्रॉब्लम नहीं बस
सो मेंटरशिप के बारे में कि कहाँ से मिले तो अपना जो एक्सपीरियंस होता है ना उनका वो सबसे पहला आपका मेंटर होता है अपना खुद का एक्सपीरियंस एक्सपीरियंस के लिए कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि 40 पेयर का मिलता है अगर आप अटेंटिव हैं you're observing everything that is happening around you you're not distracted you're focused you will learn faster okay you will learn fast एक क्लास लेते होगे जैसे स्कूल में हम थे कोई कैंटीन बच्चे कोई टीचर राइट And then everybody got different marks. Correct? So it is something like this. सबके पास एक चीज अवेलेबल है अपने एक्सपीरियंस को अपना सबसे पहला में कवर करो सेकंड रिलेशनशिप we have to be very good respectful relationships with other beings parents को भी parents को एक मतलब क्लैरिटी देती है ना लेकिन बाहर जब निकलना है तो अपने सीनियर्स के साथ आपका बहुत अच्छा रिलेशन मेरे केस में थोड़ा सा लागी था मैं बड़ा लकी इसलिए था कि जो he was responsible for having launched Infosys in the capital. Okay, he's one of the largest investment banking plus stock broking plus whatever is capital market groups. And when I was working for one of the stock broking firms, वहाँ के ओनर ने मुझसे कहा 2005 कि हमारे कंपनी का जो एनुअल होगा फाउंडेशन डे वहाँ सारे एम्प्लॉइज होंगे उनको एड्रेस करने के लिए इनको बुलाया जाए who was the competitor nobody does anything क्या रिस्पेक्ट होगी इंस्पिरेशंस और मैं एक पर्टिकुलर मेडिटेशन प्रैक्टिस जो करता था वो यूज का है सर so we just happened to meet by chance उन्होंने मुझसे कुछ क्वेश्चन किए and then in that meeting itself when he asked me we क्या कर रहे हो मैंने सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म बना अच्छा तो इसमें तो बहुत ऐसा लगेगा कहाँ से मैंने कभी एक्सपेक्ट करा I don't really work for the statistics. You can imagine a fair amount of money. I am not going to do it. And what all these other lagi, after I was planning. Will you? I want to venture funding value. And it just he said, "Why?" I want to let you know. कैसे कर मुझे eventually. तो हमको कहीं किसी को देना नहीं चाहिए बस शिक्षा करनी चाहिए और कोई अपनी इंडस्ट्री कोई अपनी चाहिए अपने आप so I would like to interact with you so he said you don't worry I will guide you I will be your mentor he's a person who I think is here in business also to give chance so I was I should say very fortunate but years later so happened to meet with a media giant last week and उस समय my mentor he said I chose him because he maintains his ethics. Okay, because he maintains his ethics. तो सबसे important जो आपको help करेगा आगे relationship और relationship में respect बनाने के लिए that will always be ethics. Be truthful and be respectful. See, ये सर मेरे हिसाब से mentorship नहीं से आती ये अच्छी बात की है मैं आप लोगों के लिए पर और दे रहे हैं आप जितने भी बड़े लोगों को जिनको आप जानते हैं फॉर एग्जांपल बिल गेट्स हुआ या आप जानते हैं या आप टेस्ला के मालिक क्या नाम है मैं जानबूझ के भी पूछना चाह रहा था आप लोगों से तो इसीलिए क्योंकि आपने इन जितने बड़े लोगों का नाम लिया है अगर कभी आप सोचिए कि इतने सक्सेसफुल हुए तो आपको क्या लगता है कि उन्होंने अपना दिमाग लगा के हर आदमी के दो या तीन या तो पेपर में आए या शायद पेपर में नहीं है अगर वो बैक एंड में रहते हैं लेकिन हर इंसान के सक्सेस मंथ में मुझे लगता है दो या तीन इस तरह के मेंटर्स जरूर रहते हैं जो आपको रियल टाइम में आपको संभाल पाते हैं आपके डिसीजन लेके आप जो भी नई चीज करना चाहते हैं उसको प्रोस एंड कॉन्स आपको बाकी वो आपके ऊपर होता है कि आप उसमें कौन सा डिसीजन लेते हैं वो उसकी रिस्पांसिबिलिटी लेते हैं इनफैक्ट 2017 में मैं जैकमा से तब मिले ही बोला था कि हम पूछना चाह रहे थे कि इसके पीछे भी दो तीन ऐसे लोग थे जो कि कोई एकेडमिक्स थे और उन्होंने उनको बताया कि ऐसा होता है बट आई थिंक आप लोगों को भी ये पढ़ना चाहिए और बहुत फ्यूचर एकदम जबरदस्त बात कही है इस बात की एक आपसे बहुत छोटा क्विक करवा जैसे हमारे पास एक सवाल 3 साल नीचे थे अमित जी बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट को लेके कई बार लोगों के दिमाग में ये रहता है कि ये पैसे खर्च करने वाला डिपार्टमेंट, पर जबकि ये हकीकत बात है कि ये बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट एक ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट है, एक ऐसा काम है अगर जर्नलिज्म की बात हो जाए जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा निर्भर अगर सैलरी हाइक होती है और कंपनी को बिना पैसा खर्च किए जो एक बिजनेस लाती है उससे थोड़ा
ये वीडियो सवाल है बहुत ही अच्छे हैं और मेरा फेवरेट मतलब क्या पैसों के बाद आपको मेरे कंफ्यूजन तो होता कैसा है बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट तो पूरी जो ये महीना तो दो सूत्रों में है टू बेसिक फिगर हो फर्स्ट इज योर कस्टमर ओके as much as you serve your customer you can retain your customer पिछले 2 साल के कैरियर में मेरा कस्टमर रिलेशन मैं कोई भी कस्टमर को देखूं उसको अगर आधी रात को भी कॉल चाहिए आई विल बी देयर and it happens that is why we no विदेश को लेके तो ब्लड डोनेशन की बात करेंगे तो सब पॉसिबिलिटी and we know that so these are the projects. The first pillar would be like your should be respect, you should be serve your client. Second would be you should be very again. You should be very as you should mention your ethics, your values. You should be very deep and your ethics and value that customer will stand that. वो सामने से देख के पहचान जाता है कि ये पर्सन तो क्योंकि आप जैसे लोगों से कम्युनिटी you are not the first person. So these are the things where the business development party always help you to retain your best. And the biggest part I would like to add here, which is my favorite. And mentors की बात हो रही है तो I'm also a lucky person. जैसे मैंने graduation complete की, मुझे एक बहुत खड़ूस mentor मिला. उस खड़ूस mentor ने मुझे इतना लगा Yes, so we 15 साल में अचीव करना चाहिए था आई अचीव so that is the mentorship is a very very important part जब मैं छोटी सी भी गलती कर रहा था तो अच्छा भी कर रहा हूँ इसे ओके ठीक है wanting to celebrate it. So that is the reason for mentorship now consider even my mentor taught me the business part वो मुझे हमेशा एक ही चीज सिखाई वो विद ओनली टॉक एंड मैंने आंसर ज्यादा क्वेश्चंस को करती I always serve my temple. अब मैंने करेक्ट लिस्ट की जो उस एरिया के टॉप कस्टमर्स हैं एंड पीपल you can consider as a LFP so we're talking about the business development part as your trust your ethics your time it will be the
सबसे अच्छा इम्पोर्टेंट फेवरेट पार्ट आ गया आप लोगों को because I always speak to Dr. Jolly and always say कि जितना स्टूडेंट के साथ मिलने के बाद मजा आता है और जितने लोगों से उनकी क्वेश्चन और उनकी वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट तो आप लोगों के कोई भी सवाल है पैनल हम लोग इतने अच्छे थे कि बोलते कि आप लोगों को समझ Bye.
Hello. How can media entrepreneurs funding and investment?
I think
Yeah.
तो आज की तारीख में सबसे पहले दो अलग लेवल्स पे एक्टिविटी है एक है कंटेंट क्रिएटर अकाउंट there you don't have to really worry you're essentially working on what you created on the eyeballs the platforms essentially take care of it okay
But if you're looking at something else, like I said, first thing is always, any investor is always going to look at number one, the need and number two, the scale. We are not really, see, what is a startup? Startup is essentially new venture, but on steroids, right? अपने दुकान डालेंगे, so that is also a startup. नया शुरू कर रहे हैं ना, तो शुरू कर रहे हैं तो startup है. But जैसे हम आज startup कल्चर कह रहे हैं, investor is going to put in a lot of money into this. When they going to put a lot of money into this, उनको recovery भी चाहिए उसमें. So a startup, as we call it today, is essentially new venture on steroids. Second thing you have to remember, so funds हैं, generally जो fund की life होती है, तो fund कैसे होते हैं? There are so many people, वहाँ से बड़े-बड़े sizes में these venture capital funds raise money. Now when they're raising money, जिससे पैसा लिया है उसको return देना, और उसको इतना बड़ा पैसा एक स्पेसिफिक टाइम के लिए भूल जाएगी 7 साल में कुछ 7 years is the general life of a fund. So if they will make an investment in you, 4th year onwards, they start thinking कि मेरा fund वापस आना शुरू हो जाए, so that by the 7 years I can complete my payout, right? तो आपके जो idea का दम होना चाहिए, वो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि the other person, it's an idea that you can execute quickly. So there is a need there is a scale, क्योंकि इतना पैसा जाएगा और उसमें solution केवल 1000 लोगों के लिए. That won't work financially, economically, business wise. Does not make any sense. So it has to have a scale. And then after execution is faster. Like I'm not the best example that way. We took a lot of time, building our platform. But we are very clearly, the time is not being spent, whiling away. We had a lot of work to do this media, social media platform is very new. These are the things you should look for. अब media में आज की तारीख में media हमारे को मालिक है. Like I said earlier, 35 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर देश है, 140 करोड़ लोग हैं, इतने सारे रिलीजन, इतनी सारी भाषाएं, इतने सारे स्टेट्स, इतनी सारी गवर्नमेंट और रोज की फंडिंग. अब आप जब टेलीविजन चलाते हैं तो कितने न्यूज़ पीस मिलते हैं? When you switch on the television, how many news pieces are you really getting to see in such a vast nation? 5, 6, 7 max. Or in the end, there is a debate that goes on. और उसकी क्वालिटी क्या होती है? आज जो पॉलिटिशियन ने किसी दूसरे पॉलिटिशियन के बारे में कह दिया है, उस पे आज जो चर्चा चल रही है. That is what is going on. तो ज्ञान कितना बढ़ जाएगा? न्यूज़ क्वालिटी हो रही है. अब म्युनिसिपल लेवल पे भी कहीं न्यूज़ हो रही है, पंचायत के लेवल पे कहीं न्यूज़ हो रही है, और वहां पे भी तो जर्नलिज्म का पर्पस क्या है? If you read, मनोज जी हमारे यहाँ सामने बड़े वेटरन हैं, आप अगर 1952 प्रेस कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पढ़ते हैं, पर्पस क्या हुआ है कि why we allow प्रेस to be there? तो प्रेस को इसलिए था कि कॉमन मैन को और गवर्नमेंट को जोड़ सके, उनके बीच में जो एक गैप है और उनके बीच में जो अकाउंटेबिलिटी है हायर पावर्स की, वो एस्टैब्लिश कर सके, राइट? लेकिन इतने सारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैं, because we are focusing on maybe 20, 25, 30 odd politicians all the time in news. So many bureaucrats are going, unexposed, unaccounted. तो कितना बड़ा नीड गैप है, ऐसे कंटेंट नहीं बन रहा, राइट? एक और नीड गैप है, जो शेयरिंग की साइड है. एक नीड गैप क्या है कि आज की तारीख में मीडिया में जो आपको एक इवेंट हुआ, उसकी वजह से व्यूज आते हैं, वो लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ लोग भी आते हैं. एक तो पैनलिस्ट कोई होते हैं, है ना? बजट आए कोई पैनलिस्ट है, कोई नेशनल सिक्योरिटी हो जाए कोई पैनलिस्ट है, कोई हेल्थ इशू हो जाए कोई पैनलिस्ट है, कोई कोविड बोल रहा है, कोई क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म पे बोल रहा है, कोई ऐसी किसी इशू पे बोल रहा है. बट लोग तो इतने सारे 140 करोड़ लोग, और वो पैनलिस्ट सबको अफेक्ट करता है. तो क्या हम जमीन पे उतर के लोगों के व्यूज दे सकते हैं? असल में लॉस को दिस इज टू कैपिटल. how much time will it take for you to execute that? Very little time. And so hyper-local use and this, I think it make a lot of sense. Thank you.
Usually birthday के लिए available रहने को अगर offline अगर आपको कुछ और डिटेल चाहिए इस स्टार्टअप में बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं जो अनएंडेड और इसलिए कई सारे कंटेंट क्रिएटर रोज लाखों रुपए बना रहे हैं आपको क्या कोई और क्वेश्चन दो क्वेश्चन है एक साथ पूछ लो क्योंकि उसके बाद हम इसे फाइनल
So what are the legal and ethical rules and guidelines that we need to keep in mind while creating and the distribution?
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि जैसे आपने कहा कि सिर्फ थिंक मतलब एक्ट करो तो जो काफी सारे आइडियाज आते हैं उसमें से किस आइडिया पे एक्ट करने हैं वो कैसे सेलेक्ट
ये जो आपका सवाल है ना ये बहुत सारा स्टूडेंट डिस्कस क्यों क्योंकि अगर मैं भी डालता हूँ तो मुझे 10 आइडिया आईटी से भी पैसा आ सकता है कैसे कैसे बना तो आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द बेसिक्स तो 20 से 30 का बेस होता है द एक्सपेरिमेंटल ऑलरेडी शेयर विद द थ्री डॉट आपको क्या सबसे ज्यादा पसंद है आपके क्या स्किल्स है और मार्केट का डिमांड है ठीक है जैसे सर्वे को गैप एनालिसिस आपको so you take that experimental phase so once you take the experimental phase you can understand and yeah keep working in your mind so सबसे ज्यादा गलती लोग करते हैं they don't important so whatever you do in the experiment always keep recording so keep recording that will help you to understand these analysis के अंदर what happens because nowadays data is a very so you can do in that experiment and just go ahead. ओके आइडिया बहुत आते हैं एक होने का नहीं क्या एक का स्केल तीसरा रेवेन्यू पैसा बनेगा क्या है ना तो उसमें जिसमें पैसा निकलता है वो बिजनेस के तो वो फ्री में काम करना चाहिए और जिसमें पैसा बनता है वो बिजनेस होता है तो हम ये करेंगे तो इसको बेचेंगे किसको इसमें से क्या बेचेंगे तो दैट आइडेंटिफिकेशन इज वन ऑफ देम अनदर वन इज अपनी कैपेबिलिटी है क्या अगर अपनी कैपेबिलिटी है तो फिर बेसिक टीम बनाने की कैपेबिलिटी है आई एम नॉट टेकिंग मैं लिटरली ब्रेकिंग नॉट द बिजनेस लेकिन टीम बनाने की कैपेबिलिटी मुझे लगा थी तो आई जंप्ड इनटू हेड फर्स्ट इनटू एन एब्सोल्युटली प्योर टेक बिजनेस राइट तो अपनी कैपेबिलिटी है क्या जो ये चार पांच चीजें वैसे इट्स वेरी लॉन्ग एरिया हमने भी बहुत सारे वेरी काफी बुरी हुई चीजें सीखी है पर ये चार पांच चीजें पे अगर ध्यान रखेंगे आई थिंक वी विल हैव अ राइट एक क्वेश्चन पूछा लीगल एंड एथिकल इशू एथिकल तो बड़ा क्लियर है जिसका पैसा लिया है उसका पैसा बहुत है तो हम मिसयूज को नहीं कर रहे हैं बिल्कुल ऐसे आ गए फंडिंग आ गई लेकिन वही इतना सारा पैसा आ गया अकाउंट में क्या करेंगे उसका so we have to be very ethical in terms of spending money legal implication उसका ये है कि when you making the document VCs are very well trained if you don't perform well your venture will be taken away from you okay you sold money will leave so like this many implications will be there legal to see what is happening with one of the startup guys who's a lot in news he put the name also वहां पे there is some issue of financial impropriety and many accusations are being thrown और नाम भी हो सकते हैं कोर्ट केसेस भी हो सकते हैं पुलिस रिपोर्ट हो सकती है तो ये है कुछ नहीं एसेंशियली आपने किसी का पैसा लिया है आप जब स्टेटिकली वर्क कर रहे हैं आपकी लीगल प्रॉब्लम्स 99.9% नहीं है थैंक यू सो मच
थैंक यू ऑल मुझे लगता है कि हम रैप अप करते हैं आपके कोई भी क्वेश्चन हो तो इसके बाद आप
Thank you, sir. I'm pretty sure after this session, you all must believe in having a mentor, and I think so that guest that we have today would be more than happy to be your mentor. anywhere you need the spot, because I believe the session was very much enlightening if you are towards the starting of your entrepreneurial journey. With that, may I now request Dr. Jolly Juice, Assistant Director, Academics and Research, to give concluding remarks.
I never thought I would go for an entrepreneur. But I used to love to do things. New things I never thought. After listening, why not I enter into entrepreneur? So big, crazy. Yes, why not? It is a challenge to me. You too, of course. I feel I can see Radhika's bright face and many students' bright face. I believe that this has been an encouraging energy session. Short, but it must have touched you to the point what you need to do. I'm sure you will analyze. Being grounded as a journalism mass communication student, you are highly clearly grounded and the entire knowledge that you have there. And I'm sure if I have got a level of courage to venture into at his age and huge, yes, connecting to what is being, there are opportunities, there are knowledge with you, and there is a lot of space in our country freedom to do it. And here where IMT University, a lot of opportunities to have startup, we have factory charges, we have our own in charge experts like ministers, there are inspirational persons like Darwin Store sitting there who really featured on that dynamic university department over here. And vibrant examples of three people who teach different dimensions, which means yes, you are all on the right track, and it is together, it is possible, and I look forward with three new dynamic mentors who would guide us in the future. Thank you, Ravi, for chairing this session very lively and interestingly. And what the distinguished speakers, distinguished chief and Hamid for making it a very to the point that who are final year students, totally then others will really start with our ICEIL whatever home activities are here. We will be there. Today itself is one of the points. Ideally, your idea execute quickly. This is also one of the things. You execute, don't just wait. But this is possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a great moment of great honor and privilege for us to felicitate our remarkable guest who has graced the presence at 5th edition of ICEIL 2023. With that, I would now request Professor Colonel R.K. Darwin, Advisor, ASCO and SFT, Dr. Jolie Jones, Assistant Director, Academics and Research, to join us on the dais. Ma'am is already here. I request Darwin sir, along with the other members who are the overall coordinator and session in charge, Dr. Hubert, Ms. Devjani Roy Chaudhary, Mr. Manisha Ghare, and Manoj sir to join us on the stage for the felicitations. I would request Professor Colonel R.K. Darwin to felicitate Mr. Pradeep Suri, our session chair. I would request Devjani ma'am to felicitate the sir. I will now request Dr. Johnny Jones to felicitate Mr. Namapu. May I now request Manoj sir to felicitate our session in charge, Dr. Johnny Jones. Manoj sir. With that, we come to the end of this session, and I want to extend our sincerest gratitude to all our esteemed speakers who shared their expertise, insights, and experience with us throughout this conference. Your contributions have enriched our understanding and inspired us to think beyond boundaries. We also owe a special thanks to our dedicated organizing committee, volunteers and staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth functioning of this event. Your commitment and hard work has been instrumental in making ICEIL 2023 a resounding success. Our gratitude extends to the faculty members of Ambit University for their continuous support and guidance. Your mentorship shapes future leaders and individuals. To our students, the livelihood of innovation progress, thank you for your active participation and enthusiasm. Our guests are here for some more time. You may meet them and speak to them for any other queries.
ये तो मैं ही हूँ और मैं रिकॉर्ड कैसे कौन सा मैं देख रहा हूँ कौन सा कैमरा ये कवर कर रहा है ये वाला इसका देख ले रहा हूँ हो जाएगा पैर के नीचे आया है देखना चार्ज हो रहा है टेम्परेरी है अंदर लगे में टेम्परेरी है लगने दे इसमें कितनी बैटरी है बोला बोला इसमें हमारा कुछ करने नहीं लगा घंटे का आपको दोबारा लिख सकते हैं व्हाट्सएप करें सर भेज दिया आपको, तो मेल भेज दिया आपको। Should I stand here or you will call us on stage? तुम्हारी स्क्रिप्ट में क्या है? तो हम बैठे रहे और you just invite us. सर मुझे इसमें यहाँ रिकॉर्डिंग प्रेस करनी है या वो अपने आप? वो सेंट्रली रिकॉर्ड हो, सेंट्रली रिकॉर्ड। Sir,
By we begin by
we'll about to start in a minute or two.
आएगा सर।
आवाज ठीक आएगी?
आप एक वेरीफाई कर लेना।
Can you hear me, guys? ठीक है, thank you.
A very good evening to esteemed dignitaries, faculty members, and honorable delegates. On behalf of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President Sir, MD Education and Research Group, our respected Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our dynamic Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, I, Dr. Angana Datta, extend a very warm welcome to you all to the 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership, ICEIL 2023, from 14 to 16 September. The theme for this year conference is Next Gen Tools and Strategies for Business Growth in Industry 5.0. The conference will look at worldwide aim and address society's biggest problems while moving towards Industry 5.0. The Sustainable Development Goals unite researchers and industry people from all sectors to achieve a shared goal. The 3-day conference would allow scholars, innovators, and practitioners to discuss next generation tools and new technological solutions for corporate growth and sustainability to achieve goals. It will guide participants in uncovering and unleashing the breakthrough ideas, advancement, insights, and business and innovation opportunities across sectors. The theme for the session is Emerging Market Scenario with Generative AI in Entertainment Industry. And to engage in discussions and through thoughtful consideration of the subject matter, we are given assistance by distinguished speakers. The moderator for the session is Professor Dr. Aman Watts, an alumnus of Department of Communication Studies, University of Pune, is an academician and television program producer. He is MESC, NSDC certified master trainer for the skills of editing, production, screenwriting, and animation direction. Professor Watt is also a DGCA certified drone instructor. He is also a fellow at Royal Aesthetic Society of Great Britain and Maryland. Currently, Dr. Watts is working as Professor, Media Scale and Assessment and Deputy Director, Amity School of Film and Drama, Amity University, UP, Noida campus, training budding thespian, creative and technical film and TV crew members. We welcome you, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. Aman Watt, sir, to kindly take it from here and introduce our session chair for today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anand. Before I begin to introduce our session chair, please let me first statement that chairperson is based on the narration guidance. We have curated this session. In addition to that, and more than that, this particular conference, the panel of which we are curating is a brainchild of our beloved Vice Chancellor, Madam, Ms. Balvinder Shukla, who is not only a dynamic personality with the cabinets, but also is a very enthusiastic entrepreneur professor who has groomed lot many faculties and students for very fruitful career. With this, I welcome you all on the panel, which is aptly titled as emerging markets like yeah. Then when we do this, I'm really honored that we have with us Mrs. Mukherjee and has a great body of work in academics. But he is also has a distinguished place among researchers for the work that he has accomplished. Online also we have a very wonderful panel of experts who will be joining us from nearly across the globe, I can say. And I'm grateful to them for their consideration and giving us input session. But before we begin, I think it's morally binding on me to session chair and share his thoughts on the topic. So, as I said, Senator Mukherjee sir is a renowned academician and researcher. He's an associate professor at State Other Institute of Academics. He's obtained his PhD in computer science from Indian Statistical Institute in 2012. He has worked as a postdoctoral fellow in NIST, Pittsburgh, USA for 2 years, and spent 6 years as an assistant professor in IIT Institute. He was there until 2020, and he has authored several peer-reviewed papers. He has got published in academic journals, conferences, including speaker lectures. He's an active reviewer for n number of conferences and journals, including the prestigious IEEE conference. Sir has a I would say expertise in pattern recognition, neural network, neural computing, and many IT VGIP and NCP, PRIPG, and his research areas also include computer vision, machine learning, and image processing and graphics. So I really welcome you, and I'll be really request you to begin the session by giving your insights with respect to the AI and how exactly will this AI coming in the whole market scenario with respect to entertainment industry is involved another transformation.
So first of all, thank you, Mr. Naman Bhatt, for giving me the opportunity to come here. So I thank the party and all the organizers of the conference for giving me this opportunity. So first of all, my thanks, of course, for this nice introduction. So first of all, there are certain things since all of us here are not for the AI and robotics background. So just to give a brief background that what is AI actually? So AI is, as the name suggests, artificial intelligence. So many people from other backgrounds may think that artificial intelligence has something to do with robotics. Actually, this is wrong. A robot can have artificial intelligence or may not. So robotics is different, artificial intelligence. That is one. Second is that so what is the difference? Is that for robotics, a robot is programmed to do something. Right? Just the instructions are given, the robot will do the same. But artificial intelligence again has the capability to change the environment or update the environment. So that is the difference. So that is why the intelligence. Anyway, so and coming back to AI. So as AI researchers, we can divide AI into 3 areas. First of all, is narrow AI, which is actually focused toward accounting. For example, AI for entertainment. Okay, so this is one area. Second is generative. Right? So AI can generate something. Not only it will do something, it will generate. Other than recognizing or predicting something, it will generate something. It will generate an image, it will generate a video, it will generate a song. Right? So that is generative. And the last is super AI. So that is still a concept. Super AI is still a concept. Why it is a concept? So there artificial intelligence may overcome human intelligence. So that's it. We have not arrived yet, but certainly narrow AI we are in and some sort of error. Okay, so that is the background that I am saying. Then let's start the questions that we have. We have very interesting questions, and I am very glad to see all these questions. That actually, I mean, some topic that what is this?
I want to ask you the questions. I will take like actually the syllabus consistently to the time. But before I get well into that, I would really like you guys to understand that with generative AI, that these days we can recreate the yesterday's tasks. There are experiments going on with that. The generative AI we can also think in terms of merging or using the AI as help of creative creation of images and other things, which would in fact can be revolutionary if used properly. Visualistic entertainment industry. Give you a vision and we have shown sort of. But what we did was we just developed not major lecture, and develop some 4-5 questions. So I will just putting them so that we know exactly what we are looking for an answer to. So the first question is, and this is I'm talking about the AI supporting or helping the growth of giving shape to the future as we continue. Like for example, the present ideas or the can be used in terms of will be long-lasting and generated to guide places. Do you think this disruption which AI is causing, in the other hand, would also support the person and create a balance like we have seen here historically or the other questions?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So in my opinion, yeah, it's a disruption. So disruption in any field happens, and people come up with something, some expertise to overcome that disruption. Right? Now, yes, AI is there, and AI can implement. Especially since this session is focused towards entertainment industry. Yes, AI is in industry, entertainment industry as well. But we have to think how can we mitigate this, I mean, the power of AI into entertainment industry. So, for example, if we see, just to take an example, if we see the Avatar 2, right? So, it's a very good creation of a very good application of computer graphics and multimedia. Right? So, multimedia applications were there before as well, but now, if you see the movie, I mean, each and every minute motions are intended on the basis of the characters. Right? Now we can really see, see in which direction it is. Now, my point is that we have to accept the reality that yes, AI is a part of our life. Now we have to think of how to ride on it and move forward. How to use the power of AI and apply it in future.
Basically, because our students are being trained to earn their livelihood in the entertainment industry. So, do you think AI in a serious way is threatening the livelihood of the graphic artists or designers or writers? For person or the printer, or kind of thing?
So, the first key to survive is that creativity. As of now, AI is at a certain stage where, I mean, It should learn from her. For example, if you think of writing a story, that is creativity. But you can write a story by just taking some concept from some published story, another concept from another published story, and so on. Combine them, come up with a story. So these kind of things AI can do here. Right? Because it is trained on evidences. It is trained on some existing things. Right? And based on that, it can generate something. Right? Now, the key to survive in such a scenario is the creativity. Can we generate even news which was not thought of before?
So I have written some other questions. But there is one question which I would really love to answer. Because when we talk of AI, I think I first few minutes. So do you think in a positive way, like we can actually use AI for identifying the fake news or using AI in identifying the digitally generated fake news, so that we can at least ensure that whatever discussed is spread to manipulated images could be controlled at least using that manner.
Yeah, good question. Actually, there is a different, there is a separate research area nowadays. It's a very important research area in machine learning that is called deepfake. Deepfake. So the idea is that can we identify fake is? So suppose an image is created. So is it a fake image or is it a true image? Okay. So yeah, research is going on with that, and I think this disruption and creation, this will go on and on. Right? If we look at the history of mankind, so I'm just taking a very example of say atom bomb. So when atom bomb came, it came as a disruption. But now we can see that it can be used for mankind. It can be used for betterment of human life. It's the same thing for
We have a long discussion. Finally, please carefully other speakers also.
Yes.
So that they can calculate and then have a robust discussion and maybe we can ask the audience also to ask questions.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I appreciate your insight on AI perspective changes to the entertainment sector. This will help us comprehend the structure needed to use AI to generate new avenues for creators. Thank you once again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Professor Dr. Amanwat sir to introduce our first speaker for the day, Ms. Purti Patil, to our esteemed audience.
Thank you, that came as a nonsense. I thought you were the one in
No,
yes, it is.
please allow me. Yes.
Spurti Patil, in Microsoft Technology, Silicon Valley Mountain View. Ms. Patil's trajectory continues academic excellence, extensive industry expertise, a passion for transformational innovation. She is a master from digital learning in India, demonstrating the earlier technologies. Her curiosity led her to Stanford University, where she studied product management and became a tech patient. In 16 years, Purti has made an everlasting influence on tech field. Her innovations in fintech, tourism, cloud computing, and edtech are groundbreaking. She's explored IoT, digital twins, and yeah, AI and ML system, which is artificial intelligence, pushing limits. Spurti focuses in disruptive technologies, recycling disruptive technologies, and their tremendous impact. Our insight into how they affect customers, businesses and sectors. Help her create creative corporate and business strategies, making another strategic game. Smriti, I'm sure you will be giving us an exciting both for example, you preparing the contribution of generative AI in the entertainment industry and sector. But I would like you to also focus if you could please also touch upon that for the later part of the represent if the AI is getting into a mode where we can think in terms of AI creating AI and affecting the world. Over useful.
Dr. Aman, if you can repeat the same question in the other mic that has a much better clarity, I can hear you better.
There are two requests I have. First, you recommend this. And then I would like to touch upon the question that because we are using speech generative AI for creating content things. So do you think a possibility where we would have a generative AI where the AI would be deciding and executing itself? So AI would be creating AI, and if that happens, what is the level repercussions?
I would love to answer the question, but I can't hear the question clearly. There is some kind of a noise. If she can repeat the question in the other mic, that would be great.
Hello, ma'am. Welcome you. There is a question. Are you heading into a world where the future of AI would be decided and executed by AI itself? And if so, what are the repercussions of the same?
Got it. So basically, we have been hearing about a lot about the generative AI. And when we are talking about the creative space, especially media and entertainment, that's where we all feel that we might get redundant because generative AI could do a much better job than all of our creative minds, which is very, very debatable. It's not something where we can prove whether the outputs coming from the generative AI is much comparable to the creative outputs of a human mind. One thing we all need to remember is all AI models which are currently used for generative AIs like ChatGPT or Brad from Google, they all are trained based on the data and the material which is currently available on internet. So whatever ideas are getting generated, they're actually getting generated from an already existing information and data right now. Now, if you want to create a net new idea, that's what even the AI researchers are also working on, which is like the large language model, where they're trying to have these generative AIs to generate more unique ideas, but it has not come to that mature state yet. So currently, AI is something which is not currently at a stage where we can imagine that it is going to replace the creative minds, but it is up to us, like how efficiently we want to use AI. It is better we use AI as a tool versus like using AI as a way of replacing our own creative minds, which is not something we should all not allow that to happen. And even if that happens, we are basically allowing the machines to monopolize the creativity, but it is not in a position to generate net new ideas like the way the media or the entertainment industry wants. But at the same time, we should all remember we are all in the age of streamlined services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and the user portfolio has increased to an extent where they are into binge watching, especially after the post pandemic. The nature of users are more into like binge watching. So the media and entertainment industry is challenged by the quantity of content versus quality of content right now, because you need to meet to the needs of the users much more highly. And at that age, probably AI is something which is going to like help you meet the quantity needs. But quality aspect is something which is still controllable by us. And even when we are generating any content from AI, it's basically from prompt engineering, and prompt engineering is actually a creative way of giving prompts to AI. So there are many ways where I can just talk about like how there are ways where we can let the machines take over our creative minds, or how we can use machines to be our allies and tools, but not an actual substitute for the creative minds.
Thank you. I have just one more question.
It's okay. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Which questions are? Okay. Ma'am, the question is, in the media and entertainment sector, would a technician be able to harness the power and expansive reach of AI to create a new state of equilibrium where human beings are still in control of the narrative and use it towards the enhancement of their craft?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think that we are at an age where AI can completely take over our creativity in terms of the content. But what AI has helped us is like, it's a very easy entry barrier to the content and the media industry right now. Like say, for example, before, if you had to like record a video or record an audio, you need a very highly expensive equipments to do that in order to generate a very good high quality audio and video and lot of editing things and everything. But now with AI, you can eliminate the noise creation from the audio, eliminate the noise from video. In fact, I wish we could use the AI to like take out the echo from the mics right now so that I could hear Dr. Aman. But those are all the things which AI really helps us to like improve the quality of the content, which it was really hard before, where only people who could afford or get funding or get producing of these equipments could actually generate these high quality media. So as I mentioned, AI is a way of like generating a lot of things for us and helping us in so many ways, but it needs a prompt. And when we say a prompt, it's actually an instruction given by a human being. So until a human being doesn't give a prompt to a generative AI or the algorithm, there is no initiation of any sort in the algorithm. So that means we are definitely in the control of the narrative and how you want the narrative to sound as well. As I was barely hearing the previous speaker, he did talk about like there is one aspect of the content which is currently missing is the sentiment or the emotions. But there are again, researches and everything happening on the large language model and sentiment analysis, which many of the streamlined companies already use, where they understand the sentiment of the viewer of the content, where whether they like thrillers or whether they like rom-coms or whether they like comedy. There's so much of sentiment analysis on the users and the viewers, which is already happening. So it is in the capacity to like generate a content according to the sentiment, what you want to generate, but you should be in a position to provide the right prompts. Like say, for example, can you create a short movie for 5 minutes where there is a boy and a girl and they're meeting it for the first time, and you give all the details, and you also tell like, the girl is a bit shy and the boy is very handsome, and give more perspective to your narration in the prompts. The more and more you give feedback to the algorithm, the more better content it generates. But remember, it is a continuous iteration. You'll have to probably keep iterating it multiple times until the algorithm creates the right kind of content which you are satisfied with. And that's where much of the feedback what Microsoft or OpenAI platforms have received in the past is that there's so much of prompting to the algorithm to an extent where the user feels that I as well write the whole entire story in the way I want, instead of having AI generate the things for me. But remember this, as I mentioned,
as industry is growing and the needs of viewing is increasing a lot, like we are in the age where is a sudden boom of like content creation, and content creators are in a high demand because users are constantly watching content all the time in different platforms, like the mobile access. There is Instagram, there is the reels on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube videos, and then comes Netflix and Amazon Prime. So, so can we really write so much of unique content to meet so many users at watching at so many different platforms? Definitely not. You'll have to like at the end of the day resort to AI and probably use a couple of the AI tools to generate that content, but keep the core piece of your storytelling to yourself, because that is what makes it more unique. So I wouldn't say like in the future it's all going to be 100% human mind. It's going to be like, say, start with like 10% AI generated content and 90% real genuine human mind generated content, and it might like shift from like 10 to 50 and then 80. And there are studies which says like as and when, like right now this whole AI, generative AI, is non-regulated, like there are no laws around it. There are many content which is created by AI which says it is unique, which is not. In fact, there is like copyright infringement cases going on, class action lawsuits going on about copyrights. Like many, when ChatGPT was used to generate for a programming language, it literally copied, pasted somebody else code repository information as a output without altering anything of that. So there are like cases where you might have to be very careful right now, because AI might generate the same content which it has already showed to multiple other people. So you might be actually using the same content which is being shown to multiple other people already. So you might get into like copyright infringements and all those kind of things, which is really huge in US, where lawyers are constantly looking out for those kind of things. But yes, we have to remember, like eventually it is very primitive right now. It's not a mature technology yet, but it's very highly capable and can do very good things, and also at the same time very, very disruptive things. So having laws around it, having governance, monitoring, regulation is super important, and that is what currently the industry is striving towards, because as and when the companies are seeing so many lawsuits coming in, they are understanding what kind of regulations we might have to put around generative AI for this. So yes, in short, yes, the technicians can use AI in so many things. Like, for example, I come from an industry of video on demand. And we use like AI for doing encoding on different platforms, and we use AI for sentiment analysis, as in like what kind of recommended content we can actually show to the users. Like suppose if I have been constantly watching suspense and thriller movies, then I'm only recommending the user to only see the suspense and thriller movies, kind of a thing. So these kind of things doesn't necessarily actually break any copyright or infringement laws, but then these are the ones which enhances the viewability of your own content. Like the dream state of any writer is that more readers read their content and more viewers view their content, and that is the goal of using the AI, especially on the video on demand services. So technicians can really use AI tools to the fullest possible, where they can increase these kind of like dynamics of the content. But in terms of creativity, we should be very cautious about using generative AI. As I mentioned, there is no guarantee that you are getting a net new idea coming from the generative AI, and plus you don't want to like be in a situation where machines get to monopolize the creativity. So yeah, that is where we have to like be very careful and tread the waters carefully.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very informative. And once again, thank you for your valuable insight on generative AI. Now, may I now ask, request Professor Amanwat sir to allow me to introduce.
Thanks.
introduce our next speaker, Saurabh Tyagi, to our esteemed audience. Saurabh Tyagi has made a remarkable debut in Bollywood as director with his film Kya Meri Sonam Gupta Bewafa Hai. A romantic comedy with a social message, the film has caught the interest of the common man as well as industry professional, as it speaks in a very grounded tone which everyone relates to. Saurabh has directed a sensitive short film, Mazabi Lallu, which has won several awards at film festivals across the world. Saurabh has also directed many advertising films with known of Bollywood actors. He has also worked with senior director Sudhir Misra for the all film Inkar 2012 and 13 and Das Dev. As a working member of the entertainment industry, Saurabh is a witness to how the advent of AI is beginning to stubbornly disrupt the creation process at different stages of the creative process in a thriving industry. I welcome you, sir.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Burks. आपकी आवाज थोड़ी सी उस माइक से बेहतर आ रही है जहां से पोडियम वाले माइक से। मिस्टर मुखर्जी एंड वर्स, आपने जो भी बात की है वो बहुत कम मुझे समझ में आई। एंड सुरती, आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला। फिर भी आपका कुछ सवाल है? सुरती ऑलरेडी बहुत कुछ कह चुकी हैं इस बारे में। मुझे लगता है काफी प्रिसाइसली उन्होंने बताया कि एआई के क्या इफेक्ट्स हैं और क्या हो रही हैं चीजें। फिर भी बताइए, आप में क्या इस पे बात कर सकते हैं? कोई सवाल आपका या?
Sir, can I ask a question?
Saurabh, I hope you can hear me better.
Yes.
Right. The reason that the kind of input that we seek from you is because if we look at the AI and the use of AI in screenwriting and other things, in US we have seen screenwriters actually going on strike.
Striking, yeah, no, you're right.
So what I believe is because of the language issues and other issues, like in India still there is a little time, then it will just catch on. But do you think it will actually catch on? Because if you have heard the questions I was asking Smriti, or what Snehashis is also insisting upon is that if we look at any disruption, like when radio was to be introduced, people presumed that it is end of newspaper. And when television came, people presumed now no longer cinema would exist. But they all not only coexisted, but they have also created a special space.
Their own spaces, yeah.
So in a way, they promote each other. So with this AI also entering in the entertainment industry, do you think it is a kind of disruption which will help us have a new beginning altogether?
देखिए, मतलब मैं उस बारे में बहुत ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कह सकता। जो अभी सिर्फ जो चीज अभी बहुत ज्यादा डिस्कशंस में है, अभी तक उसका एक्चुअल रिजल्ट नहीं पता है कि क्या होने वाला है। एंड इवन आई हैव ट्राइड माई सेल्फ एज राइटर कि मैंने कहा कि भाई देखते हैं कि चैट जीपीटी हमें कुछ सीन्स लिख के दे सकता है। देन आई स्टडीड अ लॉट अबाउट इट कि एआई का भाई किस फॉर्मेट पे ये वर्क कर रहा है, क्या है। एंड देन आई read a very horrible thing कि something trails of books उसने read कर रखी हैं। तो वो पहले मुझे लगता था कि इमोशन को कैसे कैच करेगा, क्योंकि सिनेमा तो देखिए, सिनेमा जो है वो एक ऐसी जॉब नहीं है जो सिर्फ मतलब उसमें एक मैजिक है, उसमें एक डिवाइन प्रोसेस है। वो डिवाइन प्रोसेस क्या एआई उसको चैलेंज कर पाएगा? इवन जिस कैमरे से हम शूट कर रहे होते हैं उसकी भी एक अपनी फितरत होती है। जो वो उस लेंस और इस एक्टर के बीच में जो उसका वो मैजिक होता है, वो कई बार आप आंखों से नहीं देख पाते हो, वो आपको इवेंचुअली स्क्रीन पे दिखाई देता है, वो आपको सिनेमा के पर्दे पे दिखाई देता है। तो ये बहुत ही उस तरीके का प्रोफेशन है, क्योंकि आई एम एड फिल्म मेकर एंड फिल्म मेकर, तो मैं राइटर भी हूँ। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब जब हम इस प्रोसेस को मैं बहुत अच्छे से समझता हूँ कि बिल्कुल ब्लाइंड होते हैं हम, और हमें कुछ नहीं पता होता है कि हमें ये सीन लिखना है, और वो सीन जब आपके अंदर सबकॉन्शियस में वर्क करता रहता है, और कब वो डिवाइन प्रोसेस घटता है और आप कहीं बैठे होते हो और अचानक से वो सीन आपके अंदर उतर जाता है, और फिर आप उसे पेपर पे लिख देते हो, और वो कहीं नहीं होता है, वो उस समय तक कहीं नहीं होता है, ना आपके दिमाग में होता है, ना आपने कहीं देखा होता है, ना आप कहीं आप रेफरेंस भी ढूंढने जाओगे तो वो अलग तरीके के राइटर्स हैं, मेकर्स हैं जो शायद रेफरेंस पे काम करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि एआई, देखिए कुछ तो, जैसे मेरा मानना ये भी है कि इंसान जो है ना वो बड़ी एक ऐसी स्पीशीज है जो उसको सब पता है, उसे अपनी जुगाड़ सब समझ में आती है। जब एआई अगर स्ट्रांगली अपनी कुछ जगह बना रहा होगा तो फॉर श्योर हम लोग कुछ अलग रास्ता ढूंढ लेंगे। हम उसको हम अपनी जगह, जैसे आपने कहा कि रेडियो आया, टीवी आया, उससे तो चीजें अलग अलग क्रिएट हो गई, लेकिन कोई किसी को ऐसे इफेक्ट नहीं कर पाया। कॉम्प्लीमेंट तो कर सकते हैं, और थोड़ा बहुत पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव इफेक्ट्स तो आप लोग सुन पा रहे हैं ना मेरी आवाज? यस यस। तो मुझे लगता है कि वैसा वैसा ही कुछ होगा। इतना डरने की बात तो ये है नहीं, और उन लोगों को डरना भी चाहिए जो लोग मतलब नहीं समझते थे इस प्रोसेस को, या जो लोग उतने एफिशिएंट नहीं थे, बट कुछ चल रहा था, कुछ मैन पावर के की डिफिशिएंसी के चक्कर में कुछ लोगों की जॉब चल रही थी, तो फॉर श्योर वो एम्प्लॉयमेंट पे फर्क पड़ेगा कि अब बहुत फिल्टर हो जाएगा मामला। जिसके पास कुछ न्यू, कुछ यूनिक आइडिया होगा, जिसकी जो उस चीज में ज्यादा स्मार्टली टैकल कर पाएगा, वो बैटल ग्राउंड में रहेगा। तो एआई तो अपना काम करेगा, उसको तो आप रोका तो नहीं जा सकता, वो तो बहुत चीजें बेहतर भी कर रहा है। जैसे आप टेक्नीशियंस की बात कर रहे थे, आई एम श्योर उसमें कुछ हेल्प करेगा। लेकिन देखिए बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री की मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं जो मुझे समझ में आता है, आई एम वेरी न्यू, मुझे ज्यादा बॉलीवुड पे मैं कोई भी बात कहना मेरे लिए ऐसा होगा छोटे मुंह बड़ी बात करना, लेकिन बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री बताते हैं पिछले 100 साल से उसकी फंक्शनिंग सेम ही है, सब कुछ सेम है। वो कुछ ऐसा बदला नहीं है यहाँ पे कि मतलब कोई मशीनरी ने आके कुछ बदल दिया है। तो वो कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी अपनी जगह बनाती है, बट कई बार हम डर रहे हैं, हो सकता है कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी कई बार आती है तो ऐसा लगता है कि इतनी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। जब ये कैमरे आए रील्स वाले तो ये लगा वो बंद हो जाएगा, ये होगा कैसे होगा, डिजिटल कैमरा आ रहा है, इतने लोगों की जॉब चली जाएगी। और लोगों ने 50 कहानी आगे की बना ली थी कि अब उसमें तो एडिट होके ही निकलेगा साहब, उसमें तो कलर होके ही निकलेगा, वहीं शॉट एडिट हो जाएगा। तो लोग कुछ कहानियां भी बना रहे हैं। इतना ऐसे नहीं होगा, इतना इजी नहीं होगा कि एक फीचर फिल्म की स्क्रिप्ट लिख दे एआई, वो पॉसिबल नहीं है। मे बी एआई आपको हेल्प कर सकता है शूटिंग प्रोसेस में, जो एक बहुत लेंथी है, एक शूटिंग प्रोसेस जो बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है। हिंदुस्तान में सिनेमा शूट करना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल का काम है, क्योंकि वो जिस तरीके से चलती आई हैं चीजें पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी, तो वो चेंज नहीं हुई है। तो शायद उसमें कहीं हेल्प करेगा, फॉर श्योर हेल्प करेगा। मुझे लगता है उसमें कोई बहुत घबराने जैसी चीज नहीं है। हम इंसान बड़े दिमागदार लोग हैं। जब हमें आग जलानी नहीं आती थी तो हमने आग जलानी सीखी थी, और हमने खाने बनाए, हमने बिल्डिंग बनाई, और हमने क्या क्या कर लिया। वो एआई भी जब हमने ही बनाया तो वो हमें तो रिप्लेस नहीं कर पाएगा फॉर श्योर। वो कुछ और करेगा, वो कुछ हमें हेल्प करेगा, कुछ खराब करेगा थोड़ा बहुत, कुछ हम उससे और सही होंगे। जैसे मैंने कहा चैलेंजिंग होगा तो बहुत सारी चीजें बेहतर करने की कोशिश करेगा ना आदमी। अभी अभी जैसे मैम ने कहा कि बहुत सारा कंटेंट ऐसा बन रहा है जिस कंटेंट का कोई तौर तरीका नहीं है, तो फिर वो जजमेंट होगा, उस तरीके से लोग जज करेंगे भाई कि ये कंटेंट तो एआई पे, आप जो लिख के लाए वो तो एआई लिख के उससे बेटर दे रहा है। बट एक कोई राइटर पीछे खड़ा होगा, मे भी पीछे होगा, हो सकता है आगे भी हो, कि जो वो लिख के लाया है और वो एआई को भी नहीं पता है कि यार ये भी कोई इमोशन है या ऐसा भी कुछ स्क्रीन प्ले का। तो मैं तो नहीं डरता हूं, और शायद इसलिए भी नहीं डरता हूं, थोड़ा सेल्फिश हूं। मुझे पता है कि अभी मेरी वाली जनरेशन को तो इतना कुछ हार्म नहीं पहुंचा पाएगा, या मुझे जो मतलब आई बिलीव इन माई टैलेंट। तो मुझे पता है कि जो मैं लिखूंगा वो AI नहीं लिख पाएगा। और इवन जिस दिन लिखने लग गया तो मुझे बड़ी हेल्प हो जाएगी उससे। जी।
Thank you so much, sir.
Very well said, Saurabh.
थैंक यू। नहीं मतलब मुझे नहीं पता, मतलब मुझे तो ऐसा ही लगता है, मैं सच बता रहा हूँ, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पता नहीं क्यों इतना हम लोग, अब ब्लॉगर्स के लिए हो सकता है कि वे ब्लॉग अब लिख के आ जाएगा, ऐसा हो जाएगा, मतलब कुछ लोगों को आई एम श्योर हो रही होगी चीजें, भाषा को लेके कुछ चीजें बहुत चीजें सुधर भी रही हैं, बहुत चीजें बेहतर भी हो रही हैं। वो कर क्या रहा है, वो कहीं ऐसा थोड़ी ना है कि कहीं से कुछ मतलब अब ला तो वो उसी चीजों को प्रोसेस करके थोड़ा गूगल का ही बहुत एडवांस वर्जन है वो, एक तरीके से गूगल हेडलाइन वो ट्रैक कर लेता है, वो उसका डिटेल अंदर पूरा वर्ड टू वर्ड डिटेल जाके उसको फिल्टर्ड करके हमें शो कर रहा है। तो ठीक है, सिनेमा बनाने पे ज्यादा ध्यान होना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है कि बजाय AI हमारा क्या नुकसान कर देगा। यस यस प्लीज।
I would like to request, please maintain the regular focus. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insight. And also, you have actually clearly discussed how AI will help in making films. And there is nothing really we have to afraid of this technology, rather it will help. Thank you once again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I ask Professor Dr. Amar Bhatt sir to allow me to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Dwivedi.
Ma'am, you're allowed for everything. Please go ahead. Rajiv sir, I'm really sorry and thankful to you for agreeing to join us. Despite that hectic schedule, my mic is not working, so we have only one functional mic, and Amna has taken over that, so she'll be the one reading a citation for you, and I'll be really grateful for your thoughts on the whole issue, that how exactly generative AI will be creating avenues or affecting the already existing way of working with respect to the entertainment industry. Please introduce her.
Yes. Rajiv Dwivedi, a software engineer, is a graduate of CDAC, Lucknow University and Jawaharlal Nehru University. With an MSc in Electronics Physics from Lucknow University and a penchant for journalism, he has contributed to technical print and electronic media using his knowledge in media and entertainment and immersive technologies leveraging AI. He specializes in storytelling and producing stories that are grounded in reality and speaks to the mind of the commoner. With over 2 decades of experience creating content for numerous platforms and experiential materials for museums and experience centers in India and overseas. He has launched live pixel technologies and produced industry leaders. He is a council member of Gus Laman Group in Austin, TX, and a global consultant of Primary Insight Consulting Group, consulting on media and entertainment technology projects in film, archives, technology, restoration, colorization, post-studio, and broadcasting and distribution. I welcome you, sir. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, all right. First of all, I'm so sorry for being late because I was already in a session in IBC Amsterdam, and it was a last moment intimation about this panel discussion. So I tried to make it, but I think I just missed a couple of discussions that probably Spuriti and Saurabh I heard, but Spuriti before that, I think I have missed some certain part of discussion, though it is indeed a very topic which has been receiving a lot of attention to everyone, especially in terms of entertainment and media is concerned. Let me just a moment. Yeah. So thank you, Professor Butts, for inviting me on the discussion. Though I think I would be again going for another discussion in half an hour, so I would release, submit my points and my overview on the topic. Okay. So I think I have a very hands-on experience as far as the AI is concerned, and I have been using in all through technology, and this is the fact that using AI definitely at times, especially when it comes to entertainment industry, the process is such, and the demand and requirements for, especially for the post-production studios, for the post-production work, for visual creation is such that AI definitely can increase the productivity, which is due to the economical pressure at different levels. We need to, we have the option, we have to choose the option to adopt such kind of AI into our processes. But at the same time, I to partially agree with Saurabh that AI is something which can never replace the human emotions, can never replace the human interventions. Ultimately, the AI programs has also been written by us to an extent that can really replace certain productivity levels, certain processes wherein probably, like for example, virtual production. We have been doing virtual production, and virtual production has really replaced the time taken by filmmakers. At times they take years and years to do the post-production, wherein and in a moment of time, this is such a creative industry wherein when you see the final frame, when you see the last frame, you say that no, this is what we didn't want. So if you do not want the frame, you cannot go back to the shooting stage and you cannot shoot it because there is a cost involved with it, right? So here AI helps in the virtual production, and you know that what is the end product is going to look like. You can look at the end product before starting the product, before starting the ideation on it. So I think in a lot way the AI is gonna help in a major way, but at the same time, I think there's a brilliant takedown and expose by a great author, I think, whose book has been launched just on 5th of September. The book name is, I guess, I'm just forgetting the name. So the book has been launched by him, and he said that the book is sold by 4 billionaires: Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, Mark Anderson, and Elon Musk. So they are leading to the degeneration and the bankruptcy of the society. This is what he is talking about AI in his book, which he's talking about is because everybody is talking about metaverse, we are talking about crypto, we are talking about AI. But ultimately, there has to be certain guidelines, there has to be certain regulations to be created when the AI is going to be adopted by the masses, So I agree in a sense, AI is going to be useful, especially by and large for the media industry. Gaming, it has been very widely being used for last many years. Like, for example, I'll take the example, I was the one who developed a software around 20 years back, which converted black and white movies into color. And Mughal-e-Azam was one of my products that I took initially. That was my, so that was the first of its kind, the project which released worldwide in theaters. Now, I still remember 20 years back when the art director was asking me in one of the scenes wherein Dilip Saab is giving a rose to Madhubala, to Anarkali, and he was saying that, can Rajiv, can this flower be red? So, and because it was with my AI integrated software, the flower was not taking the color as red because I have implemented the AI part of it. And when I started making that movie, converting that movie, I mentioned there that the movie belongs to the medieval area, which is 1500th century. Now, the red color of rose is the hybridization of which has come later. The rose used to be the pink rose at that point in time, and AI did not really take the red color in the rose. So we had to live with it. Though the art director wanted the red rose, but we could not produce red color in that. So there are limitations. And similar way, like for example, we have been producing a lot of documentaries, war films with international broadcasters for many years. Many years, I'm saying maybe more than a decade. We have been producing war films. Now, understand that creating the keyframes, creating the polys on each and every frame, working on the frame is such a tedious process to colorize the entire visuals. Now, in this case, if I implement AI, which I have implemented to an extent, which I implemented AI, wherein there are war costumes, there are war scenarios, there are war artifacts, which if you already have a library of war footage, probably if you implement AI, you will reduce your time by creating a background or creating a foreground. Of course, foreground, you still need to create manually, but background can always be replaced by using the AI, wherein you can increase the productivity, wherein you can decrease the cost of producing the documentary. So, because at a broadcaster level, at a production level, the pressures are, economic pressures are there. Now everybody is talking about cutting the cost. So this is where we have to find out that how our workflow, how our pipeline that we create can optimize the processes and produce the best output. And for example, there are AI, which is wherein you type the test. We're just working on one of the, we just had a couple of hours back, we had a discussion wherein to create a background, let's say, for example, you want a sky to be created, you want a field ground to be created with a period art schema to be done. Now, if you just mention in the text using AI that we want to create a background with the sky, with that color, the plain field with certain things into it, and you just type the text and it creates the visual. So I think at times this is a requirement of the industry wherein you need to increase the productivity, reduce the cost. You do not want to have a lot of retakes into it. So AI will help you in reducing your retakes, wherein you do not really waste your time after seeing the product. So I think visual effects industry is one of the industry, and virtual production is one wherein AI can have a lot of uses for that, as far as the entertainment is concerned. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. That's a wonderful thing. And moreover, when you talk about the limitation of AI as one thing which is being AI being very efficient, like for example, that example you have given of the color rose, because if that was not non-existent at that point of time, it would have been a very miscalculated move if you would have made it colored it like that. Never mind how we govern, or the thought process governs with respect to the roses and the color and the meaning they depict. In continuation to that, I would now like to move on to the other speaker because I know that you said that you'll be available till 5. I'm just taking a little bit of stretch so that maybe for 10-15 minutes extra, if you stay with us, we'll request our audience question also if they're directed for you. Let me introduce our next speaker, and next speaker is Dr. Suman Roy. Suman Roy is somebody who is working as a consulting member for technical staff, health and AI group at Oracle. He is chronicle success as a director with the experience of over 22 years in all aspects of R&D activities, advanced analytics, computational techniques, computing services, formal verification of softwares and security, AI technique, software engineering, project management. Today, his roles and responsibilities, and I want you to pay attention now here. His roles and responsibility include providing technical leadership for healthcare AI projects, module leader in product development for healthcare and AI products, involved in providing IP-enabled solutions for products. So, Dr. Suman, the input that I seek from you is that how exactly AI needs to be regulated. First, whether it is actually needs to be regulated or not. But if you feel it needs to be regulated, then not only in health sector, you must be exploring the option. But I feel that even in with respect to the entertainment industry, the generative AI, like we need to really have a kind of a handbook with which we can really plan our activities with reference to the AI. Or if you think that it is totally uncalled for, because as Saurabh had a very categorical opinion that it is too early to plan or think in those sense. So if you could just elaborate, give us your thought on the topic of the day, which is the emerging market scenario with generative AI in entertainment industry, and particularly also touch upon the aspect of the regulations vis-a-vis their need, as well as the kind of regulations we can look for.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon to audience. I think most of you are in Indian time zone. If not, then good morning, good evening, or whatever it may be. Let me first tell what kind of threat we are facing in the kind of work that we do, especially in the current capacity. I work as in a product development group for Oracle, where we are trying to generate healthcare product service, healthcare language services. Now, what is happening is that we have to work with electronic health records, and a lot of cases we don't have data, right? So we are using LLM big time to generate data sets. Now, how LLM works as a generative tool, right? So it has to see the data, right? It has to, unless it sees the data, it cannot generate. And what kind of data, right? It probably tries to crawl from the net or just scavenges from other sources. So if we know in the market there are a lot of fictitious data, right? So if it cannot train on proper data set, then we have presented or whatever it is generating is basically useless, right? So that way, we cannot really rely on the data sets that are generated by LLM. And second is that, what the dangerous thing that is happening, you have seen that whatever data you put on Facebook or whatever you are, that gets into the grasp of that company or whatever sources they are. And then they are replicated, right? So when we are generating the data, right, probably say in India, getting medical data sets is not that difficult compared to if you see the Western scenario, right? They scrub of all the personal information that is come like a PII or PHI. Now, what is that? So India, what will happen is that, they will have access to our personal health information, which is very, very risky. Not only that, even see, we are not so particular about our Aadhaar card or PAN card or whatever, right? So easily, that can be in the realm of some kind of fraudster or probably some imposters. So that is a big challenge. Now, about coming to the part that, how AI can be a threat to us. So I actually, I have taken some examples. I was going through some net, and probably you have seen that recently there was a news that ChatGPT has created poems, right? It can create poems. So it's a language model, the way you train it, probably it has seen so many poets, poems, or literary work, whatever, novels, all those things. So it's not difficult to generate poems. And then, recently, uh, it has created some musical composition, and which has been passed as pieces by Bach himself, right? And then there was a novel which is written by, which is produced by probably some large language model and inspired by Jack Kerouac's legend novel that On the Road in Paris. And then, there are so many things. Even Al Jazeera has put Chat GPT and AI powered bot, chat bot to let's see that how it would perform in poetry, right? So where does it lead to? So one day, are we going to see a time when we don't need to have any poets, or poets have no job, or the artists have nothing to do. Everything is generated by Chat GPT. It is not going to happen because Chat GPT, what is doing? It's just mechanically producing some kind of creative or some kind of creation. But where is the aesthetics and where is the creativity? Creativity is not something which is mechanical, right? We cannot equal to creativity is not something which can be generated by some mechanical engine, right? So there has to be some sort of creativity. There has to be some sort of ingenuity, right, to whatever creation you make. Now, so we are at the crossroad, right, where we can put a limit to whatever this Chat GPT, LLM, or this kind of some image generators are doing. So again, this is a disruptive technology, and this is not very uncommon to our human civilization, right? Say from the days when Galileo thought about the idea that the sun, actually the earth moves around sun. The belief was actually on the contrary, right? People used to believe that earth is stationary and sun is moving around the earth. And for that, Galileo was kept under house imprisonment and ultimately died. And then you talk about this, say discovery of elopement, right? We are perfectly fine with, say, whatever that cars, vehicles, ships, and we could move around. But then suddenly decided that can we fly, right? Can you fly like a bird? So many people laid down their lives, even I think one of the brothers of Wilbur brother lost his leg, right, while trying to fly. But then it came. So, but has it eliminated the use of sheep and all other, long distance vehicles? Still, we use sheep, right, for sending cargoes and all those things. So that way, I mean, we will stay. Artists have to stay. The writers have to stay, and the poets have to stay. So there cannot be any replacement. Now, see, another thing what we are facing now let me come to more, scientific domain, right? Like natural language processing, a more technological domain, like natural language processing, image processing, audio processing. So I have told you the threats, about using Chat GPT. In fact, I think Italy has already banned use of Chat GPT, right? So it cannot, so it's debarred of generating any kind of languages or new models. Similarly, if you think of this image creation, right? So image creation, how? So whatever image it is showing, it can only generate from that from that uh, selection only. But what about something outside, right? I mean, see, creativity has no bound. But machine models, they will have some bound, right? You cannot say that they are unbounded, right? So they have some limitation. They always will have some limitations. So that way they cannot simply, equal, or they cannot be made to perform as equally as a human. But the range of things they can produce, that can of course surprise, right? For example, see if you give if you show him like 1,000 or 10,000 images, right? Then it will produce another 100,000 images, and in no time. But then what it is going to lack? It is going to lack the creativity, the finesse, right? And the novelty. Novelty part is certainly going to miss. Whatever, see, even if you see whatever prompt engineering we are doing, or even why we are doing prompt engineering, because we know that we can pre-train a model up to a certain extent. After that, we need to fine tune it. That's what we do have to do instruction tuning or whatever prompt engineering. But again, prompt engineering can only do on the pre-trained model. It cannot surpass that. And I'm just using some technical terms, but the upshot of this is that, so whatever you are feeding to the machine, it can do only that much, or it can just manipulate and eliminate, right? On that, based on that input, not beyond that, right? So, and then finally, what I would like to say about the last point, that the ethical use of AI, right? So where we should draw the limit, right? We have seen, so much of the creation of so much fraudulent documents, and so much, I mean, what is so much fake documents, right? Fake news, right? Detection of fake news is a big thing these days, and it can create havoc with the society. So what is ethical AI? So ethical AI should adhere to well-defined ethical guidelines regarding fundamental values, which would include individual rights, privacy, non-discrimination, and non-manipulation. So how we can avoid it? So the few steps are like, we have to educate people, right? Educate people, create awareness about AI, right? So what AI is doing, what is its challenges, and then you should not use AI for wrong reasons. Suppose, we say that, see, these days you get a lot of calls from different banks, right? Or different insurance companies, right? Where they are getting your numbers, right? They must be getting your numbers or details from other bank agencies, right? So which so this kind of, this kind of protection of a public information has to be pretty tight, right? We have to tell these organizations, financial organizations, not to share our data, right? So this is one thing. The few other things are like, you have to be transparent, right, with whatever you are doing. So this is one of the biggest thing with every organization should stick to. See, another thing is that organizations have to be open and honest, and they have to be transparent about how they're using AI. Not like, whatever I want, I do. I mean, I mean, probably, whatever information I am gathering from outside, I can use it to my purpose. It should not be like that. And then control for bias. So the organizations have to make sure that whatever data they're using are not biased. So for instance, Google create a huge database of facial images, that is called ImageNet. So their data set included far more faces than non-white faces, right? So they are using more white faces. So when they train the AI to use the data, so obviously that will work better on white faces. So we have to create better data set and better algorithms. So that way, we will be able to use AI more ethically. And then, of course, the explanation part, right? So explainability is the big thing about AI. So I'm sure, you have used this audience, a lot of people have used AI tools, right? But do you know, so AI tools are producing results like based on predictions, classification, whatever. But why do you know why why are making this particular prediction and not the other one? I mean, predicting particular classes and not the other one. So this is, for this you need the explainability part. So you should not mean, of course, this deep learning is kind of a black box, but you should not use it as a black box. So or the effort should be, try to use models which are explainable, right? For example, one very popular problem in the healthcare sector is medical coding, right? These days, even insurance companies are using medical coding. So medical coding is like this, right? Who has maintained a code, set of medical codes to standardize the diagnosis of the diseases. So once you have the discharge summary, it's the duty of the hospital. Discharge summary of particular patients, it's the duty of the hospitals to assign those medical codes to the uh, to those discharge summary or whatever. So one way it will standardize the diseases. Another way is that it helps the insurance company to finalize the amount of reimbursement. So insurance company takes those discharge summaries, assign ICD codes and HCC codes. So it's very important that you when you do this medical coding, it should be very transparent, and you are not using any kind of bias to it. And of course, when you do this medical coding, you have to provide explanation. So why these codes are generated? Because of this presence of certain diseases, or certain diseases were diagnosed during the time of hospital stay. So that explainability is very important. And you have to make, your AI very inclusive. So AI inclusive means, you have to bring diversity, you have to bring people from all ethnic community and gather data about them. And then you have to follow the rules. So, we must follow the regulations. So, now, we are seeing increasing regulations in Europe and parts of US. So where there are, so companies like Google and Microsoft are focusing on AI for good. And even Google has come with its own set of rules for or own set of self-defined AI principles. And then there is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, so which were built to simulate economic progress, and it included almost 37 member countries. So this is a great starting point for thinking how your organization can use AI in ways that can benefit people and planet at large. So in short, AI should be designed in a way that respect laws, human rights, democratic values, and diversity. And it must function in a robust, secure, and safe way, with risk being continuously assessed and managed by organizations who are developing AI. And then organizations should be held accountable for proper functioning of the system. So if something goes wrong, they should be asked to explain, and they should be held accountable. So that way, we can ensure that AI is being used for the welfare and the benefit of the society. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable insight.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable insight on the opportunities presented by AI as it gradually becomes an integral part of many industries. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request a session chair for his closing remarks.
Before Dr. Snehashish comes for the closing remarks, sir, I just would like to recall what Dr. Suman Roy also mentioned, that AI data being tabulated from one particular group of people could actually create a kind of a biased model. For creating a model also will have to be inclusive and use the diversify the data collection, so that we can have an effective model which can give the voice of the majority. So I just hope that while you're in your concluding remark, you can touch upon that also and just give us a little bit. So ladies and gentlemen, please, we are using this mic for Spurti so that she can hear us properly. So sir, please, Roy sir.
Sure. Yeah, yes, the dataset bias is there. I mean, so in the research field also, we are working on, this is a real threat. This is also a threat, the research bias. The dataset bias. So for example, you are building a software which can detect the activities of people at some area, right? So it relates to some serious issues like security threat. Okay, now you train with some data, right? Now it's very difficult to get some data. Data means what? In this case, data means, I'm just giving an example. Data means, in this case, you have to come up with some videos which can lead to some security threat. Now you can imagine how difficult is it to get such data. So what researchers will do, they will create some synthetic data, right? They will ask some people to come and just keep a suitcase at somewhere and go out. So this can be a security threat, but a person who is really coming with that kind of intention, the way he will do the same thing, and another person who is just acting like that. Okay, so there must be difference in both the things. So, so that is why, so when we train our AI algorithm based on these kind of synthetic data and apply on real life, so so there may be a question, there is question that how well it will work in the real scenario. So that is a very good point actually. I mean, to come up with the right kind of data set, right? And there are so many other threats. I mean, since I am working in video processing and related areas, so that is why I am taking examples from that area itself. So suppose you are, again, the same thing. You are trying to recognize some event or some event which may lead to some threat in future. Now you want to detect such threatening kind of event. Now, sorry. So you trained your system with some synthetic video or some videos which are captured in some kind of scenarios where maybe there will be background clutter, maybe there will be camera jerking and so on. Now, in real life scenario, you installed a security camera at some place where it is covered by fog. And your system is not trained with this kind of videos. How it will work? So that is another question. So these kind of threats are there. I mean, these kind of challenges are there. So anyway, so in research perspective, we name this kind of threats as model drift. Means you are coming up with a model which is very good for certain cases, but not applicable for all the cases or real life scenario. So that is model drift. Anyway, so just to conclude the discussions, there are so many, I mean, valuable insights from different people working in different areas. So it's actually very nice to hear all of this. Now, to conclude, we started with the question of AI being a potential threat and the opportunities behind that potential threat. So just to summarize what we came up, so I think I should thank Mr. Saurabh Tyagi because of his last comment. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I have the talent. So I don't have any fear that AI will take out my job, right? So that is the biggest truth actually. So as I said in my opening discussion also, that AI works on, and also some of the panel members, I think Ms. Spurti also covered this kind of area, that AI models actually works on given data, right? So it is trained on some given data, and based on that, it can generate something. Even if we talk about generative AI, from where it will generate? So generation will not come from the sky, right? So it will come from the data itself, right? So if you come up with a really new idea, which is not there or which is not thought of by anybody before, then it must be appreciated, and it must be a new thing which cannot be done by any AI agent or anything, right? So that is the biggest. And yeah, so and what are the opportunities? So opportunities means, as I said from my opening discussion as well, that we have to think of how to use AI to apply into my field, right? So I'm just giving one of my experience in that. When I completed my PhD from ICEIL, so my PhD was related to human action recognition. So from a given video, can we recognize the action, what the people are doing? Right? Now, that time computer vision research was different than what it is now. So that time the main focus is how to represent the video as some set of numbers, right? Now there will be some machine learning tool to use those set of numbers and generate some or recognize some, right? So that is not the part of our work. But now the things have changed. How to represent the data, the video data or image data? Deep learning will tell them. So we don't have to bother. So our main task is done. So there was a debate that time that is it the end of computer vision research? So in some I mean you can say conference, there was a discussion and I was asked exactly this question: that is it the end of computer vision? Then I said, still there are so many open problems in computer vision which are unsolved problems. So if it is the end of computer vision research, then who will solve these problems, right? So we have to know how to use this technology which has come up and ride on it and use it to solve those unsolved problems. And that is true, I think, for any field, right? So I am just quoting one of my, I'll not say him as friend because he is much senior than me. But anyway, he is a medical researcher, Professor Prosundra. So he made a very good comment in some conference. He was asked that, what do you think? I mean, AI will replace the doctors. So AI is trying to replace doctors. So what Prasundra said is that AI will never replace doctors, but the doctors will not use AI will be replaced. So that is my concluding remarks, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Varun. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Aman sir to felicitate our respected guest and session chair of today's conference. Varun sir, can you please lead those?
I have another meeting. मैं आप सबसे थोड़ा सा माफी चाहता हूँ। बट साहब मैं जा सकता हूँ क्या?
I would like to request all my colleagues who have joined online that we really request and look forward to your physical presence in campus. And that is why, please accept our heartfelt request. And we would really be looking forward to connect. And whenever you are visiting Delhi, please do drop in, because that way we will gain from your insights, and maybe we can work out the strategy where we can also ensure that our students' learning also gets enhanced with interacting with you. Before she asks, I will request Anna ma'am, please say the vote of thanks to all of our esteemed guests, whether they have joined online or they have come physically. And but before that, I would like to thank the wonderful audience, because I know that 5:15 most of you have your caps, but still you have sacrificed and you're hanging around. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you everyone for giving me this platform to deliver the word of thanks. With this, we come to an end of a very stimulating and thought-provoking session. The session was characterized by a high level of engagement and excitement. The utilization of advanced technology, specifically generative AI in the entertainment industry, has the potential to significantly transform the emerging market landscape. Artificial intelligence technique and technology have been specifically developed to provide advantages to individuals at all levels inside any given organization. Moreover, it has the ability to alter the structure of labor by automating several tasks. With these words, I would like to express my gratitude to our respective founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, our motivating vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla madam, and our chairperson, Ms. Pooja Chauhan madam, for being the catalyst that stimulated us to do our best and standing as pillars of strength. I would like to take this opportunity to put all my appreciation in the form of words our distinguished session chair and eminent speakers for providing us with their valuable insight, perspectives, and sharing their vision. We look forward to having more such insightful sessions in future. I would also like to place on record my deep appreciation to our session moderator and our track in charge, Professor Dr. Amanpad sir. We thank all of the members of the ICEIL organizing team, and we are also very thankful to the IT team for making this virtual event a great success. We thank Hybrid, yes, Hybrid event a grand success. We thank all the attendees for your patient listening. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you, everyone, and thanks for coordinating on talking on this mic. I really appreciate it. I was able to hear everyone now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
All right. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
One thing,